Bashar has done 2 channeling classes before, but never like this. This is the first time that this has ever been done in such a concentrated fashion, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And I would, based on what I know happened in the 10-week channeling class, which is simply once a week, he's going to obviously attempt to consolidate most of that into about a 5-6 hour process. So you're going to be flying. So enjoy the ride. I'll be doing some of it because there are things that are more germane for me to cover and take you through than Bashar, but then he'll probably be doing a lot of it as well. The first part of this, before the first break, is probably mostly what I will cover. And we'll just sort of start out and see how it goes. So is everyone ready? Does anyone need to do anything here or get settled a little bit before we start, or are we all set? Okay, all right. Okay, the first thing very quickly that I would like to do is just as an example sort of run over, what do you, okay, well, okay, yeah, there will be a time both in the part that I'm covering and the part that also Bashar is doing for questions. When that time comes, like in a group session, it might be nice to have the remote mic so that we can get everything clearly on the tape, so that when everyone has the tape, they can hear the entire conversation. So when the time comes for questions, then the mic will be passed around. But before that, let's just very briefly, I usually do this at a lot of the sessions, but I'm not exactly sure who's familiar with a lot of my background, so I'm just very briefly, by way of introduction, going to recap how this all started actually for me and use it as an example to lead into what's going to happen here for all of you. After I go over some points, then it'll become a little bit more interactive because there'll be some things I want to find out from you in order to facilitate this a little bit better for you, to make sure that you're getting what you need and want out of this. But first of all, my experience began, as many of you know, about 23 years ago. I had 2 UFO sightings over Los Angeles that spurred me toward doing a lot of research in the metaphysical field. And eventually I ran across channeling. I was introduced to a channel. I was invited by the entity in that channel along with other people to attend a channeling class, which I went into not thinking about becoming a channel, but just as a researcher. The meditations, the exercises in that class were for the purpose of getting you in touch with just whatever level of information or energy you wanted to get in touch with, to use however you wanted to use it. And that's much about what this class is today as well. None of you have to assume that you have to vocal channel like I do in order to get something out of this. This is all going to be for the purpose of applying this energy however you want to, and we'll cover that in a moment as well. But after my connection was made and I began to do some research with other channels to figure out how they all became channels, the process really is exceedingly varied and obviously as personal as there are, as many ways to do it as there are people. The channel that taught me was literally just walking down the street one day and blacked out and came to, fortunately he was with a friend, came to 2 hours later and had been told that he'd been talking for the last 2 hours and didn't remember a thing. That's how his started. Another channel simply started receiving information in dreams. One thing led to another, and eventually they realized that this was being offered to them and reminded them perhaps of an agreement that they had made to do this. Another channel, intentionally went into it, went after it, wanted this to happen. Again, a lot of times this is recognized at some point on the process of, it's remembered as an agreement that has been made. Now that doesn't have to be the case. You can decide right here and right now that this is something that excites you and it's something that you want to do. And I'm sure there are more than enough entities, if that's the direction you want to go in, who are willing to work with you on this kind of a thing. There's no lack of entities around. But again, I want to stress that channeling is really just letting more of whatever come through. And it can be more of your own creativity, more of yourself, accessing your own higher consciousness, your own inner consciousness. It doesn't have to involve another entity. But even when it does, or if it does, you still have to realize that what you're actually accessing is your own energy, your own version of what you believe this connection represents. You are mirroring, you are resonating at a certain frequency that allows you to match whatever this other idea or entity or place is representative of to you. So one of the first things I want to talk about is just literally, what is the mechanism of channeling in general, no matter how you apply it. Whether you're talking about, being a singer, being a painter, being an actor, getting lost in the part, getting lost in the song, getting out of your way and just flowing, which is a channeling state, or whether you are doing what I'm doing, or automatic writing, or psychic functioning, or however you want to use that state. My understanding of it is, again, it is like tuning fork. You are going toward an idea, you are pushing yourself toward being a certain frequency of energy, which is what everything is made out of, just energy. And whatever it is you want to achieve is simply represented by a certain bandwidth, a certain channel, a certain frequency of that energy, a certain vibrational rate of that energy. So however you express it, what you have to really do is you have to strongly identify and start to resonate with that concept. So hence, said simply, don't do this if it's not something you're going to love doing. This should not be a struggle. And one of the strongest guidelines that you will have in exploring all of this is to determine for yourself what might be the best way for you by feeling out what does excite you, what doesn't excite you. You don't have to force yourself to do any of this. It should not be that way. Otherwise, in a sense, you're really defeating the whole purpose of what channeling is all about. Always, by all means, take a moment. If you find that you're having some difficulty going ahead with this kind of idea, however you want to express it, always take a moment to make sure that you are not the one coloring it and making it seem as if it's more difficult than it needs to be. But at the same time, always make an honest assessment that what it is you think you might need to do, or how it is you think you might need to express it, isn't always necessarily the case. My own wife, in the beginning, thought that channeling in the way that I channel was something that she wanted to do. It did excite her. She did make some connections that did serve her, but ultimately she realized that that's not the way she wanted to go. For her, at that time, dancing was her channeling. And she realized that that's really what her excitement was all about, but she was able to use the connections to the energy that she made for her dancing. So don't think that you have to force yourself in a certain direction in order to use this information or this energy in the way that best serves you by any means. One of the things, I guess, no matter what style sometimes of channeling or just being yourself that you want to do, one of the things that very often happens, I'm obviously going to be talking a lot about this whole process from my point of view in terms of my experience as an actual vocal channel. I do not in any way, shape, or form assume that what I am going to say was my experience will necessarily be the same experience for you, especially if you're not going to vocal channel like I do. However, I have noticed in talking with a lot of other channels that there are sometimes some general experiences that are similar. And sometimes even if you're not channeling in the same way, sometimes you will have generally similar experiences in your whole process of preparation and in acclimatizing to the idea of letting more energy through. Similar things will happen. Now, the first thing I want to say before I go on with this is I want to diffuse the possibility here. This is sort of not a disclaimer, but I just want to make sure you're not keying into this in an inappropriate way. Anything I'm about to describe as a symptom or part of the process that I or anyone else has experienced, you should not necessarily assume that you have to experience this in order to have your channeling experience. A lot of things have changed over time. The first channels, the first modern channels, let's just say classically, most people would say it begins with Jane Roberts and the Seth material in terms of a modern channeling for our day and age, although obviously it's, as old as humanity. But when we didn't understand that much about what this was and what the process was all about, a lot of people experienced certain things in their, what the process was all about, a lot of people experienced certain things in their attempt to know what was going on. as each successive generation of channels came about and learned from the last ones, it actually, I've noticed, has been getting easier and easier and easier. And some of the things the older channels went through, the newer channels don't experience. So if I might mention a certain kind of experience or a certain symptom, don't assume you have to have it in order for you to channel as cleanly and perfectly as you want to. The mass consciousness's ability to accept that this is now a reality to a greater degree makes it easier for anyone starting new in using this energy. So you may have a completely different story. But a real critical point that I think needs to be covered here is that very often when you allow any kind of new energy in, you're talking about us having been, in some senses trained and conditioned to think in certain ways. A lot of our training and conditioning causes, relative to this new energy, a kind of constriction within us. In other words, we're simply not used to letting this kind of energy through, or sometimes this much energy through. That constriction, that uncertainty about letting this flow, being uncertain you can handle it, being uncertain what it is, will sometimes allow you, in those constrictions, to feel the results of those constrictions or resistances. The result, many times, not always, of those constrictions and resistances will be such things as physical pain, physical disease, and things like that. That will probably be temporary if you keep going and you trust and learn that they are just symptoms of getting used to stretching and allowing more energy to come through. One of the analogies I often use for what this feels like when Bashar comes through is it's like Hoover Dam trying to force its way through a garden hose. You have to learn to widen the conduit in order to let it through more easily. Otherwise, that hose is going to be under a lot of pressure. And in your body, that pressure can translate sometimes as physical pain or tension or emotional flip-flops or upset or all sorts of manners of things that are going to turn your reality inside out and upside down and make you wonder if you're all right and what's going on. So if you take the step in this direction and you're really committed to going as far and fast as you can with this, just be aware that certain things all of a sudden might start happening and you might all of a sudden go, oh my God, what's wrong with me? There's something wrong with me. And you'll start to learn very quickly that it is actually possibly a symptom of the restrictions and that you have to learn to let those go. Now, one of the most common ones we came across, especially for vocal channeling, although again, who knows, it can happen in other areas, is what ultimately has become referred to as the channeling chakra, which is at the back of the neck for some reason. When about 2 weeks before Bashar and his people first made contact in that way, literally I was sitting doing nothing. I was talking to someone in the same way that I'm talking to you now. I hadn't moved. I hadn't made any kind of a bizarre motion. My neck just locked, and it was an extremely painful experience for about a week and a half, and then ultimately it just let go. I've heard over and over again a lot of channels say they get it in the back of the neck. So if that starts to happen, you start getting fluish, things like that. You start feeling like you're getting sick when the energy starts coming through. A lot of that can be very normal. So just pay attention to it. Make sure that it's not something else, but don't also be too worried about that. The more you do it, just like anything with practice, you'll alleviate it, you'll get used to it, you'll work out the kinks, you'll open up the resistances. Now, one of the reasons that I think we do this, and again, perhaps by telling you this, you may learn to let go of this. If you're going to try and hold on to it, you may learn to let go of this more quickly than I did or any other channels that are of, let's say, my particular quote-unquote generation did. And that is that we've been taught in this reality that pain is associated with change. And, we have such lines as no pain, no gain, and all this kind of stuff. Now, obviously, within certain contexts, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Obviously, you feel certain changes, and sometimes they can be a little uncomfortable, but you know that you're growing, you know that you're stretching, and that's all right. But the idea, really, that I think is going on here when it gets severe is we've really been taught that if we don't create the pain, we don't have proof that we're changing. Okay? That's what we really need to let go of. We have to really start learning that we can change as strongly and abruptly as we want to without having to prove to ourselves that we're changing by giving ourselves pain. The idea behind this, in doing that, is because generally we would never intentionally, quote unquote, give ourselves pain. So in that we are feeling the pain in going through the change, we can point to that and say, well, look, I can't be doing this. It must be real. It must be coming from outside myself. It's proof that it's not me. It's not just my imagination. It's not just something I'm dreaming up. It's real because I would never have thought to give myself this pain. You can let that go. Okay? If you don't, that's fine. If it happens that way, that you do feel discomfort in some of these transitions, then work with it. Again, the only way to let it transform is to own it and to work with it. But one of the reasons I think we do that is because we constantly think we need to prove that things are going the way we say they're going, and pain is one of the ways we validate that, because usually we don't create that intentionally for ourselves, so we can point to an outside source, so to speak. So A, because we think change is painful. Sometimes that's why we'll experience it. B, because we think it proves that something's going on, and we don't just have to let people take our word for it. We can show that we're having these aches and pains. And in some ways, a extension of that is that the pain for ourselves can validate to us that we're changing. In other words, sometimes we don't think we've earned it if we don't actually somehow suffer through it, so that we can then say, well, you know, hey, I've had the school of hard knocks, I've been there, I've done that, I've taken my lumps, I have earned now the permission to change because I've suffered in getting where I'm getting. So these and probably a dozen other reasons are sometimes why people will experience great pain, especially when dealing with a lot of these other greater energies that are either our higher selves, future selves, or whatever our concept of that is, or in bringing through some other energy or some other entity. So if you want to, by all means, remember that this might be one reason why we're doing that, why we're experiencing the pain. And if you can let that go, it's not going to diminish your ability to know that you can make profound change and let this energy through. So I think that's a very important point to remember. We've talked about the idea, technically, in a sense, of what channeling is. Many people nowadays still think, when we're talking about an entity coming through, that this entity is actually inhabiting your body. I don't believe that that can actually even physically happen. Okay? To me, it's a matter of identification, of resonance. You are, as I said, changing your frequency to mirror them, to match them. Nothing can really occupy you because there really, in that sense, is no space to occupy. You fill up your space. There's nothing else that can get in there. There's no place to get into. So the whole concept of something entering your body is really simply a physical reality euphemism for the idea that you are sort of setting your typical self aside and letting yourself represent a completely different identity. But while that is in its own way real, you don't ever have to worry about the idea of being possessed or taken over. And this brings us to another point, is a lot of people still ask, this is a very common question, how do you know you're not going to let something bad come through when you open yourself up to this kind of stuff? Well, the way you know is that you choose to know that. It's really as simple as making a choice of knowing that there's only one reason why you'd be doing this at all, and that's for positive, constructive, creative, beneficial reasons, and therefore that's the only thing you're going to attract. Now, some people say, well, you know, you can surround yourself with white light, you can do this, you can do that. If that's what works for you, use it. But do understand that fundamentally that's still coming from your idea about what it is you think you need to do, and that's simply part of the resonance you're creating. So whatever tool works for you, by all means use it. Don't shun them. Don't think you have to be more spiritual and that you don't have to use these tools. Don't force yourself to try and be what you think is more spiritual. Go with the flow of your beliefs and make your beliefs work for you in letting this stuff come through. But by all means, realize that it's simply a matter of like attracts like. And in most cases, from what I've experienced, any so-called connection to negative entities is really, in most cases, nothing more than the channel's own fears being voiced and personalized and manifested and labeled another entity because the channel is not willing to face the responsibility for those particular fears, and so they project it into the idea that it's another entity taking over. That is not an impossibility, based on their level of vibration. But in my experience, it is extremely unlikely that the whole idea of making a resonant connection in and of itself is an integrative act, which in a sense means it's a mechanically positive act. Therefore, the whole idea of blending is, in some senses, just the opposite of even being capable of attracting something negative, which by definition is segregative and domineering. Okay? So, try to reconcile that idea within yourself that you don't even really necessarily need to do anything in particular to make yourself feel safe. Whatever your intention is behind doing this is what's going to determine what kind of things you're going to contact or are even capable of contacting you. Because whatever you're not the vibration of, you're invisible to that reality and they're invisible to you. You cannot interact unless you have an underlying belief that for some reason you need to attract that kind of drama in your life. Some people do. Again, if you do attract that kind of drama, make it work for you. Be creative with it. Be imaginative with it and make it work for you, however you want to use this energy. You will find, I think, as I have and other channels have, that when you begin this process, you will constantly test yourself. And that means you will constantly check to make sure that you really believe this is happening, you really still want to do this, you really still can do this. You'll just find now and then that you'll test yourself. And one of the ways that I've found that I and others have tested themselves over and over again is, because we were born here like anyone, we'll get caught up sometimes in a little bit of an ego game, and that is, oh, look how far I've come, I know how to handle this, it's going fine, I know everything there is to know about channeling. As soon as I think that, I get smashed by a 10-ton mallet, okay? You will constantly test yourself. And you have to allow yourself, one of the greatest keys that I've discovered in making sure that you are always staying somewhat balanced in this is to drop any assumption or expectation about what the channeling is supposed to do. Okay? Bottom line, the simplest way to say it is, people have an expectation about what this means to bring this kind of energy through. And they can get caught up in the idea of what it represents and what is supposed to happen in order for them to believe they're functioning correctly. One of the best things you can do for yourself, and one of the ways you can treat yourself most kindly in this entire process, no matter what you may think you're connecting to, no matter how omniscient or omnipotent it's supposed to be, it's okay for you to all of a sudden, in the middle of any kind of channeling, it's okay to realize you don't know what you're supposed to do, you don't know what you're supposed to say, you don't know what the information is supposed to be. It's okay that the entity doesn't know. You have to let it be all right that you just don't know. And if that's what happens at that moment, let it go. That is sometimes one of the strongest tests you give yourself, is because when you start thinking that there's got to be something there or you'll look like you don't know what you're doing, that's when you really get into trouble, and you'll start bringing things through that are truly imbalanced and inaccurate. So if all of a sudden there's just nothing coming through, there's just nothing coming through, and that's all you have to do about it. So please don't push yourselves faster than you really need to go with this. Remember, very, very importantly, especially if you begin a journey of this kind of channeling, and especially if you decide to go public with it. Again, there is no point in doing this at all. There's no point in the idea of helping others if you do not treat yourself with the same respect. So don't overtax yourself, don't overwork yourself, don't think you have to perform, don't think you have to do this for other people. Create your own schedule for this. If you don't treat yourself well, if you don't take time to be who you want to be, aside from whatever service you think you may be providing in channeling, you're not going to be of much service, because you will wear yourself out. And even though in time the energy can be energizing, at first it might be tiring because you may not be used to it. In time it ought to be energizing. If over a long period of time it is not energizing, there's something there you need to look at. There might be more resistance than you think. There might be more definitions getting in your way than you think. But if it's not something that gives you a chance to be yourself and take time for yourself and do the things that you want to do to know that you're living a life here on earth, then you're going too far. Because, as Bashar has said, service is not servitude. So there was a time, about the second, third year of my channeling, when I was channeling almost every day. It was just too much. I was literally almost never here. I was not grounded in that sense. I felt burnt out because I was not living my life. In the channeling experience, as I experience it, time is very collapsed. I only experience about half the amount of time that you do. So it was like I'd wake up in the morning, I'd shut my eyes, I'd open my eyes, it'd be night, I'd have no day. I wasn't living a life here. So I learned to regulate, pull back and say, okay, you know, once a week, twice a week, whatever, that's what I'm comfortable with. That's okay to do. So if you go this particular route, please don't push yourself in that sense. No one can demand that you help them in that way. Otherwise, you're not going to wind up being of much help. One of the things that happens very often, especially in this kind of channeling, is that people will start channeling, and all of a sudden they're channeling this entity, and that entity, and this entity, and next week they're channeling 27 different entities. It's not that that cannot happen, but in my experience that's exceedingly rare, and the idea is that that may happen now and then. But this is a symptom. It's a good symptom, actually. But many people mistake it for something that it's not. Again, discernment is important. You have to decide that this is what this really is. But again, in my experience and looking at other channels, you'll find quite commonly that when people just begin, they're relatively new, and all of a sudden they're channeling 50 million different entities and this federation and that federation, and everyone's changing hats at the drop of a hat, you'll usually find that what that is all the different fragments of our own personality that we have been forced to have in our consciousness for our history, both personal and collective, are starting to come to the surface so they can reintegrate. Okay? So many times what may seem to be, you know, Akbar from Dimension 12, and all of a sudden then Blue Lady from the lagoon over here, and then this and that, are, not to discount anyone, are portions of our own personality that we need to recognize archetypally and symbolically as things we need to integrate into our own understanding of who we are. Once that starts to happen, you will usually find, as part of the natural process, that it'll become less and less and less and less entities. And you will usually, if you're dealing with another entity, you'll find yourself starting to settle more down to 3 or 2 or 1 or something along that line, with maybe a visit now and then, who knows. But realize that that's a very typical symptom, and that's really mostly all it is, usually. Again, there may always be exceptions, but I'm talking in generalities. It's usually all the fragments of yourself coming back together, making themselves known, reclaiming their autonomous position within you, because you've been fragmented. A lot of these have been suppressed, never expressed for a long time. They're claiming their right to be announced as real within you, which doesn't mean they're not real, but mostly it has to do with who you are as an entity yourself and a consciousness. And once that begins to integrate, you'll either find that one of them will become predominant, or something else altogether different, once you've made the integration, will announce itself and come in. On the issue of announcement, when I first received the connection, there was a word there. The word was Bashar. As I've said, it's not his name. It's an Arabic word. That's partly my background, which is part of the reason why it might have been chosen. I don't speak Arabic. I have no idea what the word meant. It means messenger, I've been told. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes there are reasons for getting a name. Sometimes there are reasons for not getting a name. So if, again, you have the expectation or the assumption that you're moving in this direction, you get some kind of what feels like a contact, you can ask, should there be a name? Do you want a name? Or if it's not there, you know, if automatically, then you can ask. If no name comes, please don't think you have to have a name in order for it to be valid. Again, as I always say at the beginning of these things, the information you're going to contact or are even capable of contacting you. Because whatever you're not the vibration of, you're invisible to that reality, and they're invisible to you. You cannot interact unless you have an underlying belief that for some reason you need to attract that kind of drama in your life. Some people do. Again, if you do attract that kind of drama, make it work for you. Be creative with it. Be imaginative with it, and make it work for you, however you want to use this energy. You will find, I think, as I have and other channels have, that when you begin this process, you will constantly test yourself. And that means you will constantly check to make sure that you really believe this is happening, you really still want to do this, you really still can do this. You'll just find now and then that you'll test yourself. And one of the ways that I've found that I and others have tested themselves over and over again is, because we were born here like anyone, we'll get caught up sometimes in a little bit of an ego game. And that is, oh, look how far I've come. I know how to handle this. It's going fine. I know everything there is to know about channeling. As soon as I think that, I get smashed by a 10-ton mallet. Okay? You will constantly test yourself. And you have to allow yourself. One of the greatest keys that I've discovered in making sure that you are always staying somewhat balanced in this is to drop any assumption or expectation about what the channeling is supposed to do. Okay? Bottom line, the simplest way to say it is, people have an expectation about what this means to bring this kind of energy through. And they can get caught up in the idea of what it represents and what is supposed to happen in order for them to believe they're functioning correctly. One of the best things you can do for yourself, and one of the ways you can treat yourself most kindly in this entire process, no matter what you may think you're connecting to, no matter how omniscient or omnipotent it's supposed to be, it's okay for you to all of a sudden, in the middle of any kind of channeling, it's okay to realize you don't know what you're supposed to do. You don't know what you're supposed to say. You don't know what the information is supposed to be. It's okay that the entity doesn't know. You have to let it be all right that you just don't know. And if that's what happens at that moment, let it go. That is sometimes one of the strongest tests you give yourself, is because when you start thinking that there's got to be something there, or you'll look like you don't know what you're doing, that's when you really get into trouble, and you'll start bringing things through that are truly imbalanced and inaccurate. So if all of a sudden there's just nothing coming through, there's just nothing coming through, and that's all you have to do about it. So please don't push yourselves faster than you really need to go with this. Remember, very, very importantly, especially if you begin a journey of this kind of channeling, and especially if you decide to go public with it. Again, there is no point in doing this at all. There's no point in the idea of helping others if you do not treat yourself with the same respect. So don't overtax yourself, don't overwork yourself, don't think you have to perform, don't think you have to do this for other people. Create your own schedule for this. If you don't treat yourself well, if you don't take time to be who you want to be, aside from whatever service you think you may be providing in channeling, you're not going to be of much service, because you will wear yourself out. And even though in time the energy can be energizing, at first it might be tiring because you may not be used to it. In time it ought to be energizing. If over a long period of time it is not energizing, there's something there you need to look at. There might be more resistance than you think. There might be more definitions getting in your way than you think. But if it's not something that gives you a chance to be yourself and take time for yourself and do the things that you want to do, to know that you're living a life here on earth, then you're going too far. Because, as Bashar has said, service is not servitude. So there was a time, about the second, third year of my channeling, when I was channeling almost every day. It was just too much. I was literally almost never here. I was not grounded in that sense. I felt burnt out because I was not living my life. In the channeling experience, as I experience it, time is very collapsed. I only experience about half the amount of time that you do. So it was like, I'd wake up in the morning, I'd shut my eyes, I'd open my eyes, it'd be night, I'd have no day. I wasn't living a life here. So I learn to regulate, pull back and say, okay, you know, once a week, twice a week, whatever, that's what I'm comfortable with. That's okay to do. So if you go this particular route, please don't push yourself in that sense. No one can demand that you help them in that way. Otherwise, you're not going to wind up being of much help. One of the things that happens very often, especially in this kind of channeling, is that people will start channeling, and all of a sudden they're channeling this entity, and that entity, and this entity, and next week they're channeling 27 different entities. It's not that that cannot happen, but in my experience that's exceedingly rare, and the idea is that that may happen now and then. But this is a symptom. It's a good symptom, actually, but many people mistake it for something that it's not. Again, discernment is important. You have to decide that this is what this really is. But again, in my experience and looking at other channels, you'll find quite commonly that when people just begin, they're relatively new, and all of a sudden they're channeling 50 million different entities and this federation and that federation, and everyone's changing hats at the drop of a hat, you'll usually find that what that is all the different fragments of our own personality that we have been forced to have in our consciousness for our history, both personal and collective, are starting to come to the surface so they can reintegrate. Okay? So many times what may seem to be, you know, Akbar from Dimension 12, and all of a sudden then Blue Lady from the lagoon over here, and then this and that, are, not to discount anyone, are portions of our own personality that we need to recognize archetypally and symbolically as things we need to integrate into our own understanding of who we are. Once that starts to happen, you will usually find, as part of the natural process, that it'll become less and less and less and less entities. And you will usually, if you're dealing with another entity, you'll find yourself starting to settle more down to 3 or 2 or 1 or something along that line, with maybe a visit now and then, who knows. But realize that that's a very typical symptom, and that's really mostly all it is, usually. Again, there may always be exceptions, but I'm talking in generalities. It's usually all the fragments of yourself coming back together, making themselves known, reclaiming their autonomous position within you, because you've been fragmented. A lot of these have been suppressed, never expressed for a long time. They're claiming their right to be announced as real within you, which doesn't mean they're not real, but mostly it has to do with who you are as an entity yourself and a consciousness. And once that begins to integrate, you'll either find that one of them will become predominant, or something else altogether different, once you've made the integration, will announce itself and come in. On the issue of announcement, when I first received the connection, there was a word there. The word was Bashar. As I've said, it's not his name, it's an Arabic word. That's partly my background, which is part of the reason why it might have been chosen. I don't speak Arabic, I have no idea what the word meant. It means messenger, I've been told. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes there are reasons for getting a name, sometimes there are reasons for not getting a name. So if again you have the expectation or the assumption that you're moving in this direction, you get some kind of what feels like a contact, you can ask, should there be a name? Do you want a name? Or if it's not there, you know, if automatically, then you can ask. If no name comes, please don't think you have to have a name in order for it to be valid. Again, as I always say at the beginning of these things, the information is what's valid. It doesn't always really matter where it's coming from, because you already go in knowing that you're doing this for a positive intention. You know you're going to bring through stuff that's going to be of service somehow. So you don't have to worry that, well, if I don't have a name, then who knows what this is. Maybe it's just me, and then maybe that means it's no good. Please don't worry about the idea of having to have a name if you make that kind of a connection. That isn't always important, and sometimes can actually be counterproductive in certain circumstances. Along that line, also, please remember that, back to the assumption of, you know, it should be this, it should be that, it should come through this way. If somebody asks a question, I should be able to get the information for them, blah, 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 blah. Sometimes you have to realize that the whole concept of channeling in that way and being of service in that way means that you will give the person intuitively, instinctively, you will let the information come through that really, actually serves what that person needs or wants. along that line, also, please remember that back to the assumption of, you know, it should be this, it should be that, it should come through this way. If somebody asks a question, I should be able to get the information for them, blah, 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 blah. Sometimes you have to realize that the whole concept of channeling in that way and being of service in that way means that you will give the person intuitively, instinctively, you will let the information come through that really, actually serves what that person needs or wants to hear sometimes. Many times a person, like going to a healer, of course, healing is a form of channeling energy, they will go to a healer only for the purpose of proving to someone or themselves they cannot be healed. So the healer, who does not effect a change in them or allow them to effect a change in themselves, may all of a sudden erroneously think, oh, you know, I'm a failure, I failed, I couldn't heal them. But that may be exactly what that person wanted because they have pride in not being able to be healed for some reason. In that sense, they attracted themselves to someone with whom they could work, where they could show, look, I'm beyond help, and they have actually walked away with what it is they came to get, which is proof that they cannot be healed. So in that sense, you have served them. So don't assume that you always have to be everything to everyone and always have the assumption in your head that it's got to go this way or that. That's not always the case, and that's just one example of how that can go, but take it to heart. Okay. We'll get into other kinds of labels and things later. Right now, I think it's important to sort of begin a little bit of interactivity. Now, I'm not going to ask each and every one of you all these questions. It would take too long. But I will ask you really one question, and I would like an answer from each and every one of you. Not because I need to hear it, but because you need to hear yourselves say it. And this is an important step. I want to know why you're here. Why do you want to be in a channeling class? How do you want to channel? Why do you want to do that? Okay? Why are you here?
I was in channeling before, and it helped me a lot. And I would like to become a local channel to help other people.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and pass the mic around. All right. Why are you here?
Okay, I'd like to have my channel open so that I can be receptive to whatever energies or...
Is there any particular way you want to use this?
No, I have no expectations yet.
Okay. You're just open, you recognize the energy can be helpful.
I know it's out there.
However you want to use
right.
it. Okay, thank you.
I think the core idea for me is to facilitate change here. And I'll most likely use it in writing and some voice.
Okay, great.
I want to expand my channeling capacity. I've done it on paper mostly for about 10 or 15 years. And I have received such tremendous value and help in my growth from it that I want to be able to offer it to others either as a service in one form or another or as a teacher and of course to transform the world or help a little bit.
Change the world, okay.
I'll keep it at that modest level.
All right, that's fine.
I'm just utterly fascinated by the experience of channeling. It just really excites me.
Okay.
And I want to be a vocal channel.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Now remember again, all of you who are saying what you want to be right now, don't necessarily assume that that's the way you'll wind up, but make the statement for now, just so you remember you heard yourself say this, so that if it goes one way or the other, you know who to blame. Just joking.
Yeah. The reason for me having channeled before knowingly and unknowingly in providing hypnosis therapy, I feel this will be a valuable tool to be of service. And whether I take this to the next step and go public or not depends upon the results I receive.
I really don't have any expectations right now, but I do know that I've always had a passion for it and that I'd love to use it in the healing field.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just want to do this for expanding. I know I channel at night for some reason. I don't really remember it, but I want to just find out what it opens up to me.
Thanks.
I don't know. It just sounded really fun and exciting, and also for whatever my highest good will be in whatever manner. No idea.
Okay.
As well, I was very drawn to be here today, and I just feel it would be for my highest good, which I feel would be for
other people's highest good in that sense.
Okay.
Okay. I guess it just really excites me, and that's it.
Any particular methodology excites you, or just the whole idea?
Well, I think when I first met Bashar, everything like just clicked, and it was just really exciting, and it opened up a whole new world to me. So I'd like to just take it further.
Great. Thanks.
Well, basically, I'm interested in developing my creative capacity. I've worked as a musician and experienced altered states of consciousness while playing music, and
Drugs don't count.
Don't even need them. And I'm working on sculpting now, so.
Oh, great. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Here we come. I recently had a very strong energy merge with the
Yeah, I heard about that.
yeah with the energy that I'm working with. So I think that this will help me just bring it on through.
I wanted to learn about it so I could access information for me or others who need it, and I don't know if I would want to be a vocal channel in that, but we'll see.
Okay. Do you want to go back? Is Chris back there? Or?
Yeah.
Do you want to stay back there? Is that where you want to be?
Yeah, I like this chair.
Okay. All right.
I've been channeling in a lot of different ways since I was a child that I never really understood, and I always felt like there were beings or entities or something that were always trying to communicate with me. So I just like to be better at that, and to be able to open up my channels more.
Okay. Thanks. Bring the mic on forward.
I knew you were going to ask this.
Well, you're psychic already.
Well, no, and so I was trying to really analyze why I wanted to go to this class, and I've always been interested in anything metaphysical, almost drawn that way. But I would read books on channeling, and I'd almost envy people in California because they'd always have those groups to go to, and there weren't any in Las Vegas. So I was just so excited to be a part of this that I don't know what's going to happen, but I just am really glad to be here.
Going to start the first group in Vegas.
I guess I'm here just to better myself. That's about it. I have no other expectations.
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's always been very exciting to me, and I do a lot of healing work. I think it would help me to expand my energy, to give me more focus, and just be more creative.
Great, thanks.
I think what I'd like to do is just be able to access positive and good information for myself, mostly, and then I would really love to be a writer and have some really positive energy come through in writing.
Great, okay.
I just wanted to find more clarity in answers that I have, and just in the messages that I receive, kind of on maybe a monthly basis, and just try to open my understanding of those.
I think you're subscribing to some kind of an etheric newsletter you get every month. Okay, yes.
Well, I'm also following my excitement, and I've been pursuing the healing arts, and I wanted to expand with the channeling, perhaps help other people and myself with that. So.
And I'd like to be able to control things that do happen already along these lines, and then all of the above.
My very first experience was learning about Edward Casey, and when I read much about Casey, I always was infatuated with how did he do this. And over a period of 25 years, I guess I looked here and there, and when this came up, I just said, okay, now I'll meet my guide.
Okay, great.
Yes, I'm just kind of excited about the idea of channeling. It seems to be like a natural progression of maybe in the last 15, 20 years studying some of these metaphysical ideas. This channeling seems to be, exciting, seems like it would be fun, natural progression, and also in playing a game that I've played over the years, I've sensed the idea, especially when I was more intense, more hours per day at it. I've definitely had the altered state experience, didn't have a label for it back then. Understand from what I've learned in the last several years especially that this would be a form of channeling, and was excited by that change at the time, and so this whole idea is exciting.
Time I do feel pain in my neck and some my arm, stuff like that, and I had some conversation already with an entity, and I'll tell you for this later. I don't think it's...
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah?
I would like my channel to be open and clear so that I may better enhance my life and those that I interact with.
Okay, thank you.
I've been clairaudient for about 4 years, and it's revolutionized my life. It's completely reversed the spiral that was headed in one direction or another into one that has been so fulfilling and so enriching that I've come almost committed to the idea that any way we can expand this naturally innate gift that all of us possess so that more of us use what's natural to us in a coherent way. Any way we can do that, any kind of format that we can create to encourage it, I am 1,000% behind it. And your work has always really resonated with me. I've always felt very trusting of it. And to have you do more of this in Las Vegas is really the primary goal in my end of things, is to see you do more work that, in a larger way.
Yourself.
Yes, true. In my own gains...
My schedule's going to change.
My own gains, of course, comes with every time you're in my presence, so...
But this is what this is for, so you can learn to do this yourself.
Yeah, and I'm just very excited for the growth of it in the town.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and hand that back so nobody has to hold on to that during the rest of this. Okay, now I'm going to ask a series of general questions that you need to answer just within yourselves and have these discussions within yourself, you know, in your own time. We're not going to go around and do this, but these are just things that you need to think of and to consider, and I'm sure that this is nowhere near the list of all the questions that need to be asked, but we're going to do some of these. And that is things like, ask yourself, this is in and of itself sometimes an interesting exercise, so you may want to play with this one. And the answers that you've just given, in that you have some degree of certainty about the direction that you think you're going in. The first question is, how do you know that? Okay? How do you know that that's the direction you want to go in? This will help push you deeper into where these knowledge pieces of information, where these feelings come from, and that's part of the first level of exploring what's going on here and opening up the conduit, is to actually make a self-referential question. Now that you've made a statement and you've heard yourself make it, this is what I'm here for, this is what I want to do, ask yourself, how do you know that? Okay? Also, now, and this can be taken in both a positive and negative way, what do you expect to happen? Knowing that there's a negative expectation, and also just the positive idea of, what do you want? What do you want to have happen with this? As your idealized vision or picture of what you think this is for. Here's a real good one. Are you all right with feeling silly about the way this might come through? Because sometimes these things come through in really unexpected ways, and sometimes you may feel very silly, but you're going to realize you got to let it out. Okay? And on that note, same note, are you okay with feeling different? And I mean, in this sense, different from what most people typically think of is supposed to be normal. Okay? In many of these cases, not that every form of channeling, you know, stands out as being that different, obviously, but some cases you don't know how far or fast you're going to go with some of this. You may have to get used to the idea that people are going to look at you differently, and you have to be okay with that if you want to let this continue. Are you aware of, to the best of your knowledge, and ready for whatever you deem to be the responsibility that goes with channeling? Whatever that means to you. And again, it doesn't mean burden, doesn't mean blame, but the responsibility, because there's a responsibility and a consequence to everything that you do. So are you aware of and ready for the responsibility that you believe goes with channeling? And again, some of these questions will be maybe more germane to certain types of channeling than others, but I'm going to ask them. You never know where you guys are going to wind up. Are you willing to travel or even relocate if that's the direction your channeling excites you to go? Obviously, when you do find something that's exciting to you, usually you don't have a problem following it. But sometimes it may surprise you as to what your excitement is, and you may hesitate, and you may wonder that you really want to do this or not. You may find yourself questioning it at that point. So be ready to realize that it may make profound changes, not only in just your personal behavior, but in your entire environment and where it is you need to wind up in order to do whatever it is you really need to do. Some people will find that they can only do the thing they want to do in certain places, and that means maybe you have to go there, trusting that that will work if you do. Are you willing to do the channeling for its own sake, without needing others to accept the information or even believe in channeling at all? Are you doing it just because this is who you are? There should be no other reason. Okay? And, in some senses, last and maybe most importantly, because this is the whole process itself, are you willing to change? Now, I'm going to cover just a few questions that are more business than personal. And again, most of this has to do with the idea of going into vocal channeling, but again, you never know. Are you, first of all, interested and willing to do this professionally? Because that could come up, whatever it is, whatever form it takes. Are you comfortable charging for your service? Why or why not? You know, one of the typical old arguments that, you know, you hear, maybe you don't hear so much anymore, but that used to come up, is someone would hear a channeling and they would come up and they would, you know, very angrily say, why are you charging for this? This information should be free. Everyone should have it. Well, that's true. The information is free. Get it yourself. Okay? They are not paying for the information. They are paying for the fact that they are not allowing themselves to get it and want you to provide the service of getting it for them. So please don't be confused by that idea that the information is supposed to be free and that means that you're not supposed to charge for providing a service, okay? It's a little weird catch-22. What is your understanding of, what is that, is that part of the, just the fan or a phone, or it's a tape? It's the tape, machine taping? It's channeling. It's way ahead of us all. Okay. What is your understanding of copyright law with regard to the information that you might bring through? For people that'll go that far, I'll explain it in a sentence. Since 1978, copyright law clearly states anything that is fixed in form as soon as it is originated is automatically copyrighted and owned solely by the person who originated it. So anything that all of a sudden is on tape, written down, any form that is fixed, you own the copyright. That's it. You own all the rights. You have to, in writing, license them specifically away. Okay? Every single right is its own legal right. In other words, if I, like this, make a tape, as soon as it's on the tape, it's copywritten, I own it. If you come along and say, I want to publish your stuff, okay, I can license that right to you. It has to be done in writing. Okay, I have to sign it, you have to sign it. However, if I do not also license the right for you to distribute it, you can only publish it. You can't distribute it. One thing does not automatically lead to the next. Copyright law has very specific statements about every single process of the dissemination of information, and every single part has to be licensed completely separately in writing. Verbal does not count. There is no such thing as the granting of a verbal copyright. It doesn't exist. Okay. Are any of these questions either uncomfortable, or are they bringing up any issues or fears within you? That's something also to look at. Okay. Now, before we go to the first exercise, which I myself will conduct, we'll we'll take just a few minutes now just to see, are there any specific questions that any of you have for me in terms of exploring the whole concept of channeling, anything that right now you're a little uncertain about or want to talk about briefly or feel you need to ask in order to go ahead? So basically,
I'm wondering if it's practical or available that when we are in these exercises and meditations, for Bashar to perhaps, like if there are a certain amount of us, or even just me in particular, that is maybe not doing it to the best of our ability, or didn't get the instructions or understand, or well, I'm hoping that he would be able to plug into what we are doing.
yes, he will.
And help make changes. And
He will. I mean, remember that one of the primary things that's going on in the channeling, especially this kind of channeling as he does it, is not only are you hearing the translation of words, you're actually receiving energy. Match that frequency is what you're being asked to do. The feeling you get of him is the energy you need to match to become like what you imagine he is. If you will match that state, you will get everything you need to get in exactly the way you need to get it. That doesn't still even yet mean that you may not walk out of here with a little bit of confusion, but the idea is that it will be planted within you. As long as you're doing the best you can, everything will be retained and will come out when it needs to. That's another thing you don't need to worry about. You're here. It is assumed that if you're in any way, shape, or form paying attention, you will get what you need. And if you need to get the rest of it later, you will. As benefit, you have the tape. You can play it again. You can just go over it in your mind. You can just practice. And again, it's like playing the piano. You'll get better as you go along. And you'll know that you've got everything. Yeah?
When you go into the altered state and then come out of it, oh, thank you. When you go into the altered state and then come out of it, how do you absorb the information?
I receive the information as direct telepathic understanding of a concept, not the specifics of necessarily the words. For me, it's like a daydream. In the same way that if you are focused on some kind of a daydream, you're having a picture. Sometimes I will get abstract or concrete pictures of what's being talked about that represent the symbology. And if you are focused so strongly on the experience of the daydream that somebody walks in the room and goes, "Hurt, hello," and you just don't hear it, for me it's like that. I get the essence of the concept. A good example of this is as follows. One time Bashar talked to someone about 3 different subjects that took, in time, 1/2 of an hour. I only had one picture for the entire half an hour, and that was the image, the archetypal image, of Ben Franklin's kite with the key and the electricity. The 3 subjects were the idea of the freedom of the spirit, the whole concept of electricity, and the concept of knowledge, which was represented by the key. That one symbol made me understand telepathically all the principles underlying those 3 conversations that took a half an hour, but in one split second, that symbol said it all to me, and I understood it and didn't have to pay attention to the conversation. So that's how I experience that idea.
So 14 years of the wisdom he imparts becomes your wisdom in
Yes,
its own way.
to whatever degree my life needs to extract or, access it. Because sometimes I can, I can miss things, and I'm not, may not be paying attention to this or that, or realize that there might be a bit of something there that I've experienced from him that I could apply in any particular given situation. I mean, a ridiculous example of how easy it is to miss an obvious outlet is his idea of, if you're following your excitement, you take advantage of every single opportunity that exists in your reality and take some action on it that's representative of that. Some time ago, we were attempting to advertise an idea or a project and let people know that such a thing existed. We did everything we could think of to get the information out there. A friend walks up and says, "Did you put an ad in the paper?" No. Stupidly simple and obvious. So simple, we didn't pay attention to it. But that is what got a response, and was the only thing we did that got a response. So, yeah, I can miss it. Yeah.
I.e., in
in taking responsibility, if, well, maybe I better give an example so you'll catch my drift. At times I've worked with detainees, and it would become like a three-way conversation, and after I was finished, I wouldn't know how it worked.
You wouldn't know how what?
How it worked.
Meaning?
Meaning that while I'm with the person that's under hypnosis,
yeah,
I'm getting information that they're supposed to know that actually they're supposed to be telling me.
So?
Is that a form of channeling? In other words...
Yes, it is. And in the issue of responsibility, you always have to make sure that you are not taking responsibility for them in terms of giving them what you think they should know, but really, really watching for signs that allow it to be all right or to know that you've been given permission to give them certain things. I mean, it's always fine to help, but many times you can actually hinder by giving someone something that you may think is helpful because you think from some lofty ideal that, well, they're supposed to know this and I'm supposed to tell them. And that's not always the case. You have to have real discernment about when you're taking responsibility for someone as opposed to when you're being responsible to them in terms of delivering that information. Now, in some senses, that's some of what Bashar does when he explains that when he has these conversations with us, he imposes a block on himself so that he will automatically not even have to think about stepping on our toes. If there's something that he is not supposed to tell us that would be an interference or spill the beans in some way that we don't want him to, he doesn't know the information. He blocks it intentionally so he won't even slip and let it know what it is. He's always checking to make sure you have given him permission, real permission, to say some things to you that may be seen as taking responsibility for your duty to find those things out yourself. So that's a very, no pun intended, gray area that you have to be very conscientious of at every given moment. But yes, you can experience that as a form of channeling.
I had a lot of problems with that. Then the only way that I decided to break even, if you will, is to trust in that information and see. That's all I could do.
Yeah, sometimes it can be that way. I mean, sometimes you are given information specifically for the purpose of delivering it to the person, or at least suggesting that it's something that they might want to think about or consider, or did you look at it this way, or did you think about or consider this? You can also go from the premise that if you are having difficulty with that discernment, then make the statement, I will get no information, like Bashar does, I will get no information that is not appropriate to at least say that I've gotten. And therefore you can impose the same kind of block on yourself that Bashar does, and that way if you get something, then you know it's okay to at least mention, as long as you don't put the expectation into it that they're supposed to pay attention. That's also the idea of taking responsibility for someone, that they've got to listen to you. So you can say, okay, from now on I know that if I get something, that means if I get it, it's okay to say, hey, you know, this was coming through my mind, what do you think? And if you leave it at that and then leave it up to them to decide what of that information they want to incorporate, then you have taken responsibility for yourself and been completely responsible to them without taking responsibility for them.
The funny part about that scenario there is a lot of times when I would do it, after the night is over and everything, on the way home my wife would say, where the hell did you get all that stuff?
Sure.
I don't know.
I mean, remember, we all already channel. We all already channel. This class is for the purpose of simply adding some perspective, some focus, in many ways even, like you said, you know, letting you know that you may already be doing it. And in many cases I find that all people have to do is be reminded of moments in their lives when they have done it. And really all you have to do is go back to that state. And everything that I'm going to tell you here today and everything that Bashar is going to give you as an exercise is actually all for that purpose. Letting you let yourself be okay with remembering when you have done it, going back to that state, recognizing that that's your natural state, and that that's really all you have to do, and you will do whatever needs to come through perfectly. So that's to go through this because it involves visualization, imagination. And again, please don't worry if you quote-unquote can't visualize. You all will get the information to go through this because it involves visualization, imagination. And again, please don't worry if you quote-unquote can't visualize, you all will get the information however you need to. I've had people, you know, and Bashar has had people say, oh, you know, I can't visualize. And, you know, within moments, Bashar can prove to them that it's a very easy thing, and they always do it. So, you know, don't worry about how it comes to you. How you get it is how you need to get it. If that needs to change, it will. So just follow along and get involved in the actual exercise. Is everyone here? Is there someone in the bathroom? Or, do you know? Oh, okay. The tape's still going? Okay. All right, now, some of you may or may not even be familiar with this. This is an exercise that actually was created here on Earth in, I believe, psychology. But even if you've been through it before, it's different every time because we change. So if you're somewhat familiar with this, treat it as if you've never done it before because many things may be different. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through a series of visualizations of things that you will imagine. And I will not explain in any way, shape, or form at first what it is you're seeing or what it is you should see. I'm just going to give you the most general suggestion about what it is that you need to look at. After we're through, I will go back and I will explain the general symbology of everything that we talked about. The explanation will give you, ideally, some concept of how you function, how you see things, how you operate, so that this can give you some insight into how you interpret the concepts of reality and definitions, which will help you open up to the idea of receiving or making connections with potentially different interpretations of reality, or using and acknowledging the way you go about things in a stronger, clearer way that may help you bring things through more easily. Because sometimes we can be confused about how we actually do things in life. We may not know how we see things. We may think we see things in one way. This exercise may show you that you actually see things in a different way and actually prefer to do it differently than you may have been taught to think you do. So, everyone set? Get comfortable. Close your eyes or whatever you want to do. This is called a walk through the forest. Okay? The first thing I would like you to imagine is simply a forest of any kind whatsoever. Make it your forest, your favorite forest of any kind. Once you have somehow in your mind a picture of this forest that you're standing at the edge of or in the middle of or wherever you are, I want you to see what time of day or night it is that you prefer it to be. I want you to imagine what the weather is, what the temperature is. Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it dry? Is it wet? Is it foggy? What is it? What feels best to you in this exercise? Once you have created the environment now in general, you have the forest, you have time of day, you have the type of climate, I want you to see in some way, shape, or form some kind of a route or path that you will take through this forest. However you want to interpret that, it's simply the concept of how will you be able to get to walk through this forest or go through this forest. Is there a path? What does it look like? When you decide whatever this path is, begin to move along it. However it is, you are moving along it. By whatever means you decide is best for you. Move along this path, or start moving through the forest. As you are now moving through this forest, and also let any changes that seem natural adjust themselves. Let the changes occur naturally. Don't try to hold on or fixate that it has to be one way or the other. Just let it be natural. As you move through this environment, the first thing you come to in the forest is some kind of a wall. What does this wall look like, and what do you do? If you have decided some way to continue through the forest, if you have, don't force yourself to if you haven't, but if you have, The next thing you come across in the forest is a bear. What kind of bear? What does it look like? And when you come across this bear, what happens? And what do you do? Let yourself experience this. Assuming now that you can continue. You next, in your journey through your forest, come upon some type of key, either on the ground or wherever it may be. What does this key look like? And what do you do? The next thing in your journey that you encounter in the forest, somewhere, somehow, however that seems best for you, is a book. What does this book look like? What do you do? As you continue your journey, if you do, the next thing you discover is a coin. What does this coin look like? And what do you do? As you continue along, if you do, the next thing you discover is some kind of a box or container, some kind. What does this box or container look like? What do you do? And what happens when you do it? As your journey continues to unfold, you next come upon some kind of a cup or drinking utensil. What does this cup or drinking utensil look like? And what do you do with it, if anything at all? Proceeding further, you next discover some type of water, body of water, of some type, some form. What does it look like? And what do you do when you come upon it? If you have gone this far, and if you continue, you finally then come to some kind of a structure or dwelling in the forest. What kind of a structure is it? If it is even a dwelling, what kind of a dwelling is it? What does it look like? What do you do? If and only if you decided to go inside, if that is even possible, what does the inside look like? How do you feel about it? What do you do? If you decided to do that at all. Allow yourselves to take a deep... Treat it as if you've never done it before, because many things may be different. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through a series of visualizations of things that you will imagine. And I will not explain in any way, shape, or form at first what it is you're seeing or what it is you should see. I'm just going to give you the most general suggestion about what it is that you need to look at. After we're through, I will go back and I will explain the general symbology of everything that we talked about. The explanation will give you, ideally, some concept of how you function, how you see things, how you operate, so that this can give you some insight into how you interpret the concepts of reality and definitions, which will help you open up to the idea of receiving or making connections with potentially different interpretations of reality, or using and acknowledging the way you go about things in a stronger, clearer way that may help you bring things through more easily. Because sometimes we can be confused about how we actually do things in life. We may not know how we see things. We may think we see things in one way. This exercise may show you that you actually see things in a different way and actually prefer to do it differently than you may have been taught to think you do. So, everyone set? Get comfortable. Close your eyes or whatever you want to do. This is called a walk through the forest. Okay? The first thing I would like you to imagine is simply a forest of any kind whatsoever. Make it your forest, your favorite forest of any kind. Once you have somehow in your mind a picture of this forest that you're standing at the edge of or in the middle of or wherever you are, I want you to see what time of day or night it is that you prefer it to be. I want you to imagine what the weather is, what the temperature is. Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it dry? Is it wet? Is it foggy? What is it? What feels best to you in this exercise? Once you have created the environment now in general, you have the forest, you have time of day, you have the type of climate, I want you to see in some way, shape, or form some kind of a route or path that you will take through this forest. However you want to interpret that, it's simply the concept of how will you be able to get to walk through this forest or go through this forest. Is there a path? What does it look like? When you decide whatever this path is, begin to move along it. However it is, you are moving along it. By whatever means you decide is best for you. Move along this path, or start moving through the forest. As you are now moving through this forest, and also let any changes that seem natural adjust themselves. Let the changes occur naturally. Don't try to hold on or fixate that it has to be one way or the other. Just let it be natural. As you move through this environment, the first thing you come to in the forest is some kind of a wall. What does this wall look like, and what do you do? If you have decided some way to continue through the forest, if you have, don't force yourself to if you haven't, but if you have, the next thing you come across in the forest is a bear. What kind of bear? What does it look like? And when you come across this bear, what happens? And what do you do? Let yourself experience this. Assuming now that you can continue, you next, in your journey through your forest, come upon some type of key, either on the ground or wherever it may be. What does this key look like? And what do you do? The next thing in your journey that you encounter in the forest, somewhere, somehow, however that seems best for you, is a book. What does this book look like? What do you do? As you continue your journey, if you do, the next thing you discover is a coin. What does this coin look like? And what do you do? As you continue along, if you do, the next thing you discover is some kind of a box or container, some kind. What does this box or container look like? What do you do? And what happens when you do it? As your journey continues to unfold, you next come upon some kind of a cup or drinking utensil. What does this cup or drinking utensil look like? And what do you do with it, if anything at all? Proceeding further, you next discover some type of water, body of water, of some type, some form. What does it look like? And what do you do when you come upon it? If you have gone this far, and if you continue, you finally then come to some kind of a structure or dwelling in the forest. What kind of a structure is it? If it is even a dwelling, what kind of a dwelling is it? What does it look like? What do you do? If and only if you decided to go inside, if that is even possible, what does the inside look like? How do you feel about it? What do you do? If you decided to do that at all. Allow yourselves to take a deep breath and let it out. Gently open your eyes and come out of the forest. Everyone back? Okay. Now, I get to tell you how psychologically twisted you all are. Okay. Now, here is generally what these things represent. Obviously, there will be different degrees of specificity based on your own personal specifics. But in general, the forest itself, of course, simply represents how you view your journey in this life, what you think of, basically, being here on the earth in physical reality. So the kind, but in general, the The forest itself, of course, simply represents how you view your journey in this life, what you think of, basically, being here on the earth in physical reality. So the kind of forest that it is, the density of the forest, the sparseness of the trees or the thickness of the trees, the kind of foliage, how green, how dry, whether lush, whether sparse, all these things in general have to do with your particular attitude about physical reality. How you see it potentially, how you see it in your life, how you experience the idea of being here, what it means to you as an experience. The day, the night, in some senses, again, and this, please again remember, does not necessarily exclude the opposite, but whether you chose it to be day or whether you chose it to be night, in general means you may be having a proclivity toward the expression of either a more masculine, quote-unquote, or feminine energy. Day masculine, night feminine, in terms of either more assertive, more receptive, more expression, more intuition, those kinds, more physicality, more non-physicality, that kind of idea as to whether it is day or night in your approach to life energetically. The temperature, again, has to do with the idea mostly of the emotional temperament that you experience or feel that life represents to you, the idea of, hot, dry, the idea of hot, wet, the idea of cold, dry, the idea of cold and wet. Was it foggy, ambiguous, confusing? Was it relatively normal, comfortable, easy to get through? That kind of idea in general, the emotional temperament that you believe life contains or you experience life to hold for you. The path, in general, again, is sort of representative for the most natural way that you actually want to make your way through life. Now, some people, when they hear this, okay, pick a path, you'll find some people will not actually see any kind of a particular path, or they may see a dirt path, or it'll just be natural and they can just sort of get through the trees. Some people have just said, yeah, superhighway. I'm in a car, boom, right? Okay, that's my way through the forest. You can see that is how they are in life. They're just straight through, get out of my way. That's how they treat life. And so they've picked that kind of a path. On the other hand, conversely, you can also have a person that says, well, I'm really hurry, I'm in a hurry, I want to get there, I want to get there, I want to get there. But when they pick their path, they pick a nice, meandering, wandering path. That is showing you the way you would more naturally want to go through life. So whatever path you have chosen can be representative of either what you are doing or what you rather would do or what might be best for you. You have to decide here, based on your own reflection and retrospection about this exercise, as to which one of these it means for you. Because there's polarity all through this. But these are the general ideas of how to look at these symbols. The wall represents, in general, how you treat obstacles in life. Some people will see just a small, crumbling little wall that they have no problem getting over at all. Sometimes they'll see it as being sort of interesting, like a ruin, and they may want to explore it for a little while. This may be representative of your attitude for, how you handle the idea of what you perceive to be some kind of an obstacle. You fascinated with it? Is it no problem? Can you jump over it? Or is it a huge steel wall of China that's, insurmountable? You can't get around it. There's just nothing you can do. Some people actually have seen themselves dissolve through the wall, no matter how impenetrable it is. So again, the idea of the wall is, in general, it represents what your usual first response or reaction is to what you perceive to be a challenge or an obstacle, how you deal with that, your method of dealing with that idea. And remember that in doing this, you can refine any of these things and change them to be more like what you would rather have as a response. By using these symbols and changing them, you can actually change your approach to these things and find that you can actually change how they affect you in life. The bear represents, in general, how you deal with fears in your life and the unexpected and the unknown, how it comes up on you. Again, some people will see little cuddly baby bears. Some people will see huge giant grizzlies that are about to devour them, anything in between. This usually represents, again, your first response or first reaction to the idea of, in general, what you as a being are capable of and potentially can use to relate to the idea of fears, or how you do relate already to the idea of the unexpected and what you are afraid of. The key in general represents how you treat the concept or how you view the concept of knowledge in your life. What's it worth to you? The key represents knowledge in general. Is it a golden key? Is it an old rusted key? Was it in the dirt? Was it hanging from a tree? All these add to the symbology in general of how you treat the value or not of the concept of knowledge, or how accessible you believe the idea of knowledge is to you. The next object was the book. The book generally represents the concept of self-revelation or self-communication or communication in general. How you treat the idea of how easy it is to get ideas and information across, either to yourself or to others. How you value or not the idea of information. And again, when I say or not, that doesn't necessarily mean a negative. Sometimes information doesn't necessarily mean that much to you. In other words, you can say whatever you need to say. It's not that critical that you have to say it exactly this way or that way. You could be efficient about it, and that could represent itself as a very streamlined little pocketbook or something like that, as opposed to seeing a big leather-bound volume encrusted in jewels, which can represent the idea of the valuing of information, or on the negative, it can represent the idea of spending too much time thinking that maybe you need to be ornate in describing things or you won't be understood. Again, you have to look at the symbol for what it may mean to you, but the book in general is self-revelation or communication. The coin is generally representative of self-worth. Okay? What you believe your connection to the whole concept of your self-worth is. Do you feel you are able to exchange yourself in this reality for value and so forth? And also, of course, the polarity of, heads and tails, how you view that whole idea. The box or the container is generally representative of the idea of how you feel about gifts in life. Do you feel that life contains gifts for you? Or is there something there or not? Is it a treasure chest? Is it just a small container? Is it empty? Is it full? What do you do with it? Do you open it? Do you leave it there? This is your representation of the idea of receiving the gifts of the infinite. Are there surprises in your life in this way? Do you feel you receive gifts in this way? Packages, presents. This is all representative of the idea of packages and presents, either in the idea of being thrilled or surprised in a positive way, or disappointed, let down in a negative way with regard to your ability to receive from the infinite. This is always a big one. The cup represents how you view love in your life. Now, again, there are positive and negatives even to the positive, quote-unquote, and negative images. Somebody might think, oh, well, I saw this beautiful jewel-encrusted chalice, so I must hold love in high regard. Yes, that can be so. At the same time, that kind of a representation of love could also mean it's not grounded, it's too fantastic, it's too fantasy-oriented, it's not real. So you have to really understand that even a chalice can have positive and negative, and even a small tin cup can have positive and negative connotations. But it's how you view the idea and how you treat the idea of love in your life, your relationship to it. Relationships with others? Love in all its forms. Your relationship to it. Yes, of course, relationships, but also just the whole concept of what do you think about the whole process and concept of love and your ability to receive and give. Water, the body of water, pond, stream, river, ocean, lake, whatever it is, stream, river, ocean, lake, whatever it is, generally represents your sexuality or sensuality in life. So the idea of, whether you just walked around it, whether you stuck your toes in it, whether you dove in, whether you didn't want to come out, has to do with basically your relationship to the concept of how you feel about yourself as a sensual or sexual being. Are you comfortable, uncomfortable with these ideas of your own sexuality, sensuality, and that portion of your relationship to yourself and to others? The structure represents your basic view of what you consider the process of death to be, or the end of your life, where you think you're going to wind up, where you think you're going to go. Ultimately, transcendence in that sense, another realm, another reality. It represents the concept of death. If you went inside the structure, if you did, then that in and of itself is actually the concept of the afterlife, what you view the afterlife to be. The structure itself is actually the transition of death. The interior is how you view or relate to or define, in general, the afterlife, or what you assume it's going to be like, or whether you're even ready to experience that now. Sometimes people will actually not enter the structure. They'll just look at it, and that can either mean, again, positive, negative. They may be afraid to go in, or they just may simply know, hey, it's not my house. I don't live there. So that means, in some senses, they know they have a, they're still living their life. They're not ready to enter that phase. They're not even looking at it. It's not something that they have to look at. It can be for, again, a positive or negative reason. Some people say, oh yeah, that's my house. Some people say, hey, this is really familiar. To other people, it's totally unfamiliar. So this has to do with your concept of how you relate to death, how you relate to the afterlife. Okay? These, again, are generalities, but it gives you some idea of how you are composed as a personality. This is specifically about the personality's view of life. It doesn't really have that much to do with your essential spirit per se, except what you infuse into your personality from that. But this is more telling about the definitions, the components that you have been brought up with, how you look at these life symbols, how you relate to them, and to decide whether or not you like the way you relate to these things, or whether you'd really need to work on this and make some changes in these areas, okay? So that's a walk through the forest, and in dealing with this, it'll help refine the tool that you are, so that the more work you do in adjusting these symbols or getting in touch with why you picked the symbol that you did and learning to relate to it or to change it as you want to, will help you become a clearer instrument for any kind of new energy, because then you will be aligned with the symbols of yourself and how you see yourself in all these aspects of your life, and it'll be much easier for other energy to come and fit into who you've created yourself to be in a much clearer state. Does anyone have any questions about this particular process before we go on? Your structure itself was a tree. That, again, okay, that's fine. In one sense, the first inclination, I would say, is that you view death as simply a very natural thing and the natural outgrowth of the end of your life. There's no, in that sense, it does not seem to you to be an artificial thing. It's a natural thing. Again, that could be the idea of seeing the balance. It could also be the idea of looking in a new direction with regard to the idea of abundance or your self-worth. You had the coin in a scale, or had scales on it. Okay, again, yeah, the issue of dealing with balance and stuff like that. Again, I mean, just like being the sign as I am of Libra, which is represented by the scales, that can either mean that you do live in balance or that your big struggle in life is to be balanced. So you have to decide for yourself, which this is, pertinent to. But in that the coin has to do with your own self-worth, you're looking at that. Anyone else on this particular exercise?
I'm not the only one. I use my key to open up the structure.
Yes, sometimes what people will use the key to open up a box. They'll use the key to open up the structure. Right. And that in combination will mean, again, what the symbols are. Knowledge to you leads to an understanding of the concept and the mysteries of death. Knowledge leads to an opening up of secrets or presents or gifts. So in combination, yes, there are other meanings here. And it's always good to look at where you might have used these symbols in combination. Some people, right from the beginning, when they meet the bear will go with them on the journey. They won't leave the bear behind. Right. So it's very important not only to understand each symbol, but to see how they might have worked in combination together, because that will be even more revealing of all the multidimensional levels of how these things work. Well, again, there are polarities to anything. Yeah, watch out for the witch. It can be the Hansel Gretel. There might be like a witch hiding around the corner, or it can be that you view it as your sweet reward at the end of life, Or take a piece of it and eat it and see how you like it and see if you want to eat the rest of it, or, if right now it would give you a stomach ache to go that far,
I use the symbology of the forest.
The forest itself is simply life. How you view being here in life. Your environment in general, your physical reality.
On the water, I walked over the water, but feeling the water.
Yeah. But before you said the structure was already on the other side.
Great. Great. That sometimes will happen very automatically, because this has been designed to take advantage of automatic archetypal representations in our psychology. So some of these things will automatically start to unfold for you, which is fine. Then you're just in the flow of it. Did you?
I don't hear it all, but just a green meadow with wildflowers.
Again, there doesn't have to be any one thing or another, and that can be representative, again, of a number of polarities. Mostly it can just be that, it's not time for you to really look at that in detail. Maybe it's not there yet for you. The meadow is there, implying that maybe someday a structure will be there, but for now, you're just looking at the idea of the place it ultimately will be, someday. A nice place to build the structure, right? So a nice place where, at that point in your life, you will consider the idea of what death is for you and transition. And again, remember that death doesn't always necessarily mean actual physical death. Mostly, especially like in the tarot cards, it simply means an abrupt change in the death of the old person. So this can be looked at not only as a metaphor for your actual physical time span of life and how you go through it, but also for any kind of change you make in life. Go through this whole process for any area of your life and see how all these things relate to that specific concept. And where you come up to the idea of transition will, like, again, a tarot card reading sometimes symbolize how you will deal with this particular situation in your life and how you go beyond it. Okay? Yeah.
Expecting that it would be a real cup, but what it was made out of flower petals.
Okay.
And then it sort of transformed into green leaves, and depending on what angle you looked at it, it kept changing.
Right. Again, something along that line is, this is again a generality, but similar to what Bill did with the tree, in that love represents to you a very natural thing. It comes from nature, it comes from the things that are in your environment around you. It's not to be treated artificially in that sense. It is a natural outgrowth of your environment. So that could be one way to interpret that, just as an idea or suggestion. Let's go ahead and take a break, which about, say about 10 minutes or so. The next thing we'll let Bashar come through after just a very brief introduction to take you through some exercises. Yeah, see, some people will also take the cup and they'll keep it with them and they'll use it when they get to the water and fill it up. Some people, the cup will already... There's no real reason to go into that because not everyone here has done it. But the Council of 9 Codex, Bashar came up with this thing at one point that is a square of 9 squares that has to do with body, mind, and spirit, past, present, and future in each category, in terms of suggesting this as a tool that people could use by meditating on it to focus them into the ability to tap into their own council energy. But we can go into it as far as having just mentioned it and saying that this is one of any number of tools that people can use to spur their imagination, to help them make it a little easier to get in touch with whatever concept they might be dealing with, or however they want to express a particular connection. He simply meant it in that, what's being discussed is that there's any number of tools you can use to do that. There may be other aspects of some of the other meditations that may touch on components of why that tool looks like it does, but I don't think he'll decide, but I don't think he's going to actually discuss that specific tool. Okay, so before Mr. B comes through... let's just cover a few things quickly. as you allow a lot of this energy through, in whatever form it takes again, you may notice that, there will be other kinds of changes, like you may no longer feel like eating this or doing that. Things may not agree with you anymore. You may become ultra-sensitive to certain things. Or just the opposite. You may be able to handle more of something than you could before. It has a very strange way of sort of creating its own unique balance within you. But it will, where things are not necessarily beneficial for your vibration, it will, as you allow more of this energy in, have a tendency to make you not function very well if you keep doing that. So watch for those kinds of changes. You can pay attention to your body consciousness in general to figure out what, is best for you to be eating and what is best perhaps for you to stop doing. Do make an attempt, I would suggest, to remember that sometimes people will assume that when they reach a certain level of energy or spirituality, that in some senses it won't matter what they do, and that they can transform or transcend anything that most people would consider to be a relatively detrimental habit. And this is not necessarily untrue, but I would also simply add the reminder that if you reach that level of energy, you probably wouldn't be doing that thing anyway, since some of the things we do that are in that way habitual to our bodies are in our society usually the product of something that started out as a negative idea. So, in general, following your body consciousness, but in general, it is, as Bashar's talked about, a good thing to remember the 7 basic bodily needs that will prevent almost any kind of disease or imbalance from occurring, so that you can just become as clear a conduit as possible to whatever the energy is you're going to connect to. And that is, make sure you're getting enough oxygen, number 1. Oxygen is a primary key to transformation, not only just in bodily function, but actually as an energy form. It is a very volatile, transitional kind of element that obviously, not only symbolically, but literally involves itself in rapid transformation, such as combustion. And that has to do with our cellular ability to transform rapidly. Most of you have noticed that the breathing changes when I channel. And again, this is not something I ever intentionally did. It is a side effect of the channeling, and it doesn't mean that you have to do that, or that you will. But Bashar has said that it is, to some degree, for the purpose of allowing more oxygenation of the system so that I can handle the extra energy so it will not tire me, so that it will be energizing. It's transforming that oxygen into vibrational energy that is being sent back out to you as part of the energy signature that Bashar gives off that invites you to match that frequency. He has said that even though this kind of breathing can be a side effect of channeling, you can, if you learn that kind of breathing, perhaps also instigate a channeling state, since they're connected in either direction. Obviously, that kind of breathing is very similar to a lot of yogic practices, meditational styles of breathing, and obviously has a very strong centering power. But in general, on the simplest possible level, do remember that the first thing we do when we stress out is we hold our breath. We take shallow breaths. And over time in this society, in a lot of cases because of stress, because of pollutants, a lot of us, without even knowing it, have become shallow breathers. Take some time to breathe. Make sure that you are getting the cleanest air that you can possibly get. And sometimes it might be good to sit down for a few minutes every day and just do some nice deep breathing exercises, especially in times when you come across something that seems stressful. Breathe your way through it. So oxygenation, number 1. 2, hydration. You've got to get enough water. There are now many, many more medical things coming out showing that, again, many things that are symptoms that we think are symptoms of disease are nothing but symptoms of dehydration. Your body cannot function, your cells cannot function without a certain amount of water. They shut down. It's as simple as that. 1 quart to 2 quarts a day is considered the average amount required for flushing the cells of toxins and for just keeping you, in a sense, lubricated. Proper food, again, whatever that means, body consciousness. Obviously, the lighter to some degree you do eat, a little bit more energy will be there. Also, it is being discovered, of course, that eating small meals a few times a day as opposed to several big meals is a little bit lighter on the system, but again, you've got to sort of follow your own intuition about that. But proper also meaning, because of the toxin issue, which is a big, big issue now, and again, probably responsible for most of the diseases we have on the planet, do your best to just make sure that you're putting good things in your body that are, as best as you can ascertain, toxin-free. And of course, therefore, the removal of toxins from the system as best you can through water, through flushing, through cleansings, whatever you think will work for you to bring your body back into at least the closest natural state you can will always help you channel energy much, much, much more easily. Reduce stress wherever you can, number 4 or 5. So, if you're doing something that causes undue stress that's not aligned with your truth, such as a job, you may want to think about changing it seriously, or you may want to think about finding a way to do it more creatively or less stressfully. But stress is a big one, and in combination especially with toxins, lack of oxygen, lack of water, can, of course, be a killer. Try to lighten up on yourself in that sense and really start trusting what will bring less stress into your life. And of course, again, you know, we've heard this for years, but it is true, exercise and rest. Don't push yourself too hard, but do be active to some degree, because the actual physical motion is what allows your cells to actually engage in the pumping mechanism to flush toxins from your system. If you're not moving around enough, your cells are literally not pumping toxins out of the system sufficiently. And 7th, allow yourself creative expression. Let yourself play. You know, again, goes back into perhaps, you know, the stress issue, but many people, even if they do not necessarily undergo a lot of stressful situations, are creating stress by not expressing things in their lives that they really want to express. Holding back on any kind of creative urge to express yourself, you know, whatever that may be, again, can be just as detrimental. So oxygen, water, proper food, no toxins, no stress, exercise, rest, and creative expression. As Bashar indicates, probably this will get rid of 99.9% of all disease on the planet if you just do this. Okay? So, that will help take you a long way. Okay. Okay, I'm going to give you one more thing, and then Bashar will give you several exercises. And the thing that I'm going to give you is something that Bashar came through with some time ago. And this may not even be the whole thing, but it'll get you thinking in this direction. And this specifically has to do with information, with accessing information as a principle, as a process. Just so you understand that, for lack of a better word, there are natural laws that go along with the idea of accessing information. And this can perhaps help clarify some of the things you do and don't get. The laws of information access in general are. The laws of information access in general are. Information will always follow the path of least resistance. Now, what this can mean is, and you see this a lot in certain things that people do that are like, you know, laboratory tests to prove or disprove psychic functioning. If something is already known, why should you go anywhere else but where you are to get it? So if two people have the information between them, have the answer to a question already between them, if a laboratory experimenter asks the so-called psychic, how much change do I have in my pocket? Well, the path of least resistance is to look in your pocket. Okay? The information, the answer is already there. And that's a lot of reason why sometimes people will go, I don't know. The researcher will go, we'll see, psychic functioning doesn't exist. Well, no. Information follows the path of least resistance. So if the information can be gotten in your immediate environment, get it that way. Let it be gotten that way, and let it be all right that you can't get it any other way. And that might be telling you that it's actually more at hand than you think. There are, of course, examples where you can, in a sense, quote-unquote, power through that. And obviously there are situations where people can say, sure, 37 cents, and they're right. This ability either involves a great degree of practice and familiarity to the degree that you are simply so confident about it that you do it automatically and instinctively, and or you have a strong or spontaneous need to get this information. That will overcome the idea of the path of least resistance. If you have a personal, strong desire or need to know that information, then even if you might be able to find it by just going to the library, you'll get it. Because you have a stronger need than the path of least resistance. You make that need the lightning rod that is the path of least resistance. And the information will automatically attach itself to that need, that strong driving need to get that information. One of the things that, again, adds a lot of confusion in this whole process, especially, again, to use the analogy of the psychic laboratory, is the law of interpretive symbology. Typical of this will be the idea of using playing cards to determine psychic or telepathic functioning. And again, it doesn't mean it can't happen. The idea, of course, is that excitement is the key, as we've said, strong need, strong desire. Sometimes people are just not excited about guessing what's on a playing card, and it will not be enough energy to tip the scales and give them the information they need. On the other hand, they may be functioning at a very high level, may be picking up on this idea, but the law of interpretive symbology may also come in. An example of that would be the tester is holding the ace of spades. Asks the so-called psychic, what am I holding? The psychic says, the Queen of Hearts. You're wrong. Psychic functioning doesn't exist. Okay. What's the principle of interpretive symbology behind the ace of spades to the tester? It may be a winning card. It's the card that beats other cards. Now, maybe the psychic, in playing a game of poker, won an important hand with the Queen of Hearts. To the psychic, the Queen of Hearts is the winning card. So the connection is the concept, the winning card. So it's not that the psychic was wrong. What they were picking up on was the concept that the tester was holding a winning card, which the psychic interprets as, in their personal experience, the Queen of Hearts. In that sense, they were correct, but it has nothing at all to do with the face of the card. Also, timing. Everything is synchronicity. Timing and synchronicity are very important in the accessing of information. Sometimes the information can be appropriate, it can be inappropriate. It has to do a lot with the dynamic of why people are asking the information, why they want the information, who it best serves at that time, all those different kinds of things. But synchronicity is, as Bashar's explained it, the physical universe's way of expressing that everything is one. I think when you brought up Edgar Cayce, on some level, that's to me how Edgar Cayce functioned. He was in a state of pure synchronicity where he was able to directly know everything was one, saw that everything was one, and was capable of tapping into that concept in such a way as to bring information through from any direction whatsoever, because he was treating information as being simply different faces of the same one thing. We typically call that the Akashic Records, or what have you. But I think that's what he was doing, is he had the innate ability to simply understand that all information is all right here. It's all synchronistically tied together, and you can simply access it from any particular point of view or any direction by calling it forth with a particular vibration that does so. It's a holographic concept. And of course, you know, there's contrary energy. Again, going back to the analogy of the testing laboratory. Someone may have such a vested interest in there not being any such thing as channeling or psychic functioning that they will, with their own energy, skew the results. So, again, it's the idea of someone coming to the healer who insists, I will not be healed, that's what I want. That's what they get. So contrary energy also is one of the ideas that can color the concept of how you receive information, in that there may actually be a vested interest that that information doesn't come through. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes, because that way people are at least doing their best to see that they're not influencing. Right, right. But again, then all these other factors come into play, you know, that we already talked about as to whether or not they have any degree of accuracy with it. But yeah, that's the one reason why they try to do that, is they realize that there is undue influence, and some of them will try to screen that out, you know. Sometimes it even has to be triple, quadruple blind, and that, you know, one person is given an idea of what experiment they're doing, and that's not even the real experiment. It's only known by this person, who then thinks they have the real experiment, and they don't even know what the real experiment is. And in that way, they try to, you know, erase that factor. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready? Sure. Yes. There have been, let's see, was it 2? There have been 3 things that have been analyzed scientifically about my channeling. Number 1, I was wired at one point to an EEG machine. And that's when I really discovered, by seeing the brainwave activity, that technically, at least what I'm doing, not that you cannot channel in a trance state, technically what I do is not a trance state. It is an altered state of consciousness, but it's actually the opposite of a trance. The EEG brainwave readings show that there are actually more connections going on. My energy is actually rising, and that there's more things going on in the brain rather than calming down and quieting. The alpha state, the theta state, and the delta states, while all still in the relative relationship to each other that they normally exist in, let's say what is alpha is like, what 10 cycles a second, you go down to like 7 for theta and then down to like 3 or something for delta. In this case, alpha was like 40 and theta was like 30 and delta was like 20. They stayed relative to each other, but they were all like 10 times what they were. So that was very revealing to them about the fact that there is other connections coming in. There's other energy. It's almost like you're seeing a switchboard or a processing net in a computer all of a sudden tapping into more than just what's going on here, right, in a typical human experiential brain. There was more experience happening than was my life contained, so to speak, you know. That was one. The other 2 involved the analyzation of both the vocalization tones that occur in the channelings and the information content. And the vocalization was that, as I kind of explained, not only is there just direct energy being given off, but some of the reasons why the actual speech pattern translations occur the way they do is because there's actually a tonal orchestration that is also giving you information and making changes in your frequency. It's like chanting, it's like oming, it's like when the words have that unusual dialect, what is actually happening is inflection to create a certain tonal pattern that opens up other centers and activates other centers in your bodies and allows you to absorb the information tonally. Information. You're getting more information than you realize. The 3rd scientific investigation was based on the idea that this university, I can't remember who right now, invented a computerized process through which they could take any given speech and analyze that speech based on its information content. In other words, for the number of words used in the speech, how much pure information are you getting there? Are the words arranged efficiently to give you a lot of information, or are they simply arranged so that you just get a moderate amount of information out of it? So how much raw information and knowledge are you being given in any given block of words that somebody may be communicating to you? They created a basic range that was from 1 to 10. 10 being you're getting the most information that they could imagine you could get, in essence, out of any given conversation. Somebody, without telling them what this was, gave them a Bashar tape, just said it's a speaker. analyze it. Just see what you get. They got like 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s. You're getting the reason why the words come through sometimes the way they do is actually indicative of the fact that there's encoded information, even something more than you might actually be hearing vocally, but later realize there were other principles, other concepts, multi-layered analogies and illustrations being given to you in few words. So those are the three ways that the information has been analyzed so far. And, you know, there's people who have other suggestions that maybe we'll get into at some other time. But let's let him come through, because he's sort of knocking at the door. Knock, no. Now, for me, again, you may experience this differently. For me, this knocking at the door is a kind of increasing fuzziness that allows me to eventually become too incoherent to communicate. So I recognize that when I start getting fudge-brained, that's, you know, he's like, okay, come on. So, let me just make sure I'm not forgetting something important here before I dive in. Can't even read. It's like I'm staring at the letters and they're not making sense, you know. So. Okay.
Let me say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. We will once again greet every single one of you individually and collectively, and we will begin this phase of this transmission with the following idea. First of all, whether or not it were true that all of you have already channeled in some way, shape, or form, it is still a very easy thing to do. And in a sense, we could really teach you, anyone, whether they feel they've done it before or not, to channel in about 5 of your minutes. That's all it really takes. But we will do this after about a couple of hours of information. Then we will teach you to channel in 5 minutes. Now, first and foremost, we will address a scale of approach to this. We will start, as you would say, typically in a sense at the bottom, and move to the top, accelerating upward. So, let us begin a little bit with the idea that has already been discussed by the channel regarding the personality fragmentation, and let us involve ourselves in an exercise that will allow for a little bit of reintegration of this, just to start us off. So make yourselves comfortable, close your eyes if you wish, and begin to breathe in a relaxed and easy manner. In and out. In and out. In and out. And as you allow yourself to maintain this deep rhythmic breathing at whatever pace is comfortable for you, remember also once again that anything I may suggest to you will simply be a suggestion. Do the best you can. Allow, however, your imagination to guide you, and change whatever it needs to change in terms of symbology in any of these meditational exercises so that it works for you. Trust that your imagination is key to who you are, and it will make the change according to what will work best. So first and foremost, allow yourself to imagine, in your mind's eye, however this works for you, the idea or the picture or even the sound of emptiness, of empty space, black, a void, nothing, nothing, nothing. Now into that nothingness, begin by seeing at whatever you deem to be its very center a bright spark of light like a star. This is you, the real you. Now, see, imagine, feel, be this bright spark shattering into 1,000 brilliant fireflies of light, flitting about, filling this black void like the stars of the cosmos, a stellar panorama of fragmented, reflecting shards of a single source of light. Little flickers of candle flame in the darkness. Little bright spots of light. Little eyes from different dimensions of awareness. Little beings, different awarenesses, different personalities, different experiences, different ideas and points of view and perspectives. All the friends you have created yourself to be within yourself, to yourself. All of the ideas of the child self, the parent self, the friend self, the brother, sister self. All aspects and fragments of the concept of whatever it means to be an intelligence, a sentience, an aware being. Each one of these is one such component. Some of them have experienced what you would call pleasurable things. Some of them have experienced great depths of pain and suffering. Some of them have not been allowed to express who and what they are, while others have been given free rein to voice themselves as they wish. Whatever that experience may be, now, allow yourself to acknowledge the existence of all of them. Each is valid, each is beautiful, each is relevant and plays a part. Each is a note in the entire song and orchestration of your existence. Without invalidating the individuality, imagine them all now in perfect harmonic vibration with one another. A beautiful, resonant, choir-like chord. One beautiful, ringing chord of self-acceptance and integration. For remember, integration is not the dissolving of the individual components. It is the allowance of each component to be strongly validated and the allowance of clear communication to exist among all the components so that each plays its proper part, instead of doing more than it was designed to do and taking the burden of extra weight upon its little shoulders. They all now let go of that which does not belong to them and give it back to the other components to which it does belong. Exchanging now the gifts that they have given each other, that they may have in their ancient definitions assumed they had to undertake, which now they give back to their rightful owners and rightful place. The talents of each unto each, and feel the cool green clarity, the sharp emerald clarity of your mentality. Green, your mind is relaxing into the green, relaxing into the grass and trees of nature. Relaxing. And as you feel yourself surrounded by the cool grasses and green energy, imagine now, bring into focus, if you will, the crystalline blue vibration of electromagnetic light, the blue essence of liquid light. Feel that blue soothing your spirit. The air, the water, light, fluid, your spirit, your soul. Feel it flowing, cooling, icy, refreshing, bracing throughout your body. The beautiful blue vibration of the higher realms of the mountain tops, of the threshold of air and space. The crystal clarity of the blue vibration, sending your spirit soaring, light upon the air, light among the clouds, the blue-white light. Allow yourself to feel relaxed in body, mind, and spirit, floating freely, comfortably, beautifully, loving yourself, trusting yourself, being at ease with who and what you are, and feeling the red, green, and blue merging into the beautiful, radiant, white light of your total being that knows itself and knows what knowing feels like and has conviction that everything is all right, that everything is perfect, that you are exactly made in the image of the infinite. A facet, clear crystal facet, reflecting that white light, and at the same time as a prism, breaking down that white light into the multi-hued spectrum of all experience in your reality, experienced with ease, with joy, with creative effortlessness. Red, green, blue, body, mind, spirit. The simple relaxation technique that brings you to the next stage of this exercise, which is what we call your place of perfect peace. Imagine, now that you are feeling this vibration of support, imagine, if you will, letting go of that which simply does not belong to you, that you do not need, giving yourself permission to let go. You now find in your imagination that you will create whatever to you is your representation of your place of perfect peace. It might be a mountaintop, it might be a meadow, it might be day, it might be night, it might be cold, it might be warm. Whatever it is, create it now. This is your place, your sanctuary. However you want it to look, create it in your imagination, in your dimension of reality, your place of perfect peace. There may be beautiful, fluffy clouds in the sky. There may be the beautiful songs of birds, or the bubbling of mountain streams. Or it may be the austere beauty of the surface of your moon. Whatever it is doesn't matter, as long as you know that it represents and symbolizes to you your place of perfect peace, so that you know that when you are here, all is right with the world, and all is as it needs to be, and that you, in this place, are who you actually are who you really are. Relaxed, creative, at ease, loving life, loving yourself, loving all that is, loving everything around you, engaged, curious, vibrant, alive, alert, like a child with curiosity and imagination and playfulness. These are the gifts to you of your place of perfect peace. This is your center, expressed as an environment. This is your ideal self, expressed as a place of perfect peace, perfect knowing, perfect being. Now, from this place, you will know, no matter what thoughts may come in, no matter what skepticism you may have from time to time, no matter what doubts you may entertain, for now, just for now, you will know that when you are in your place of perfect peace, you are at the correct frequency to receive what you need to receive, whatever that may be and in whatever form it may need to come. In your place of perfect peace, your peace is perfectly placed. And you are on the right wavelength for whatever you require. That is the gift of your place of perfect peace. And now, regarding the idea of the accessing of information, we will begin from your place of perfect peace, in your place of perfect peace, to allow you to stretch your senses in the following important generalized domains. Each general domain will represent a number of specific bits of information that in the future you may wish to access along any specific route you so desire, but for now, the ability to know that you can enter the general domain will allow you to know that the doorways to information are always open to you, and that whatever you want to explore in that domain is up to your intentional direction. So, continuing on, in your place of perfect peace now, create it for yourself, breathe easily into it, be there, be there, be in your place of perfect peace. And in that place of perfect peace, imagine the following interaction. Imagine, if you will, either on the ground before you or floating out in front of you, or however you wish to imagine it, being held in your hand, or whatever is, in your estimation, representative of how your place of perfect peace works. Imagine some kind of stone. Big or small is up to you. Stone. Now, ask permission of the stone to know the stone. And imagine that you have received permission from the stone to know the stone and all things of the mineral domain. Imagine now that as you receive this permission, and you can work this either way, the stone either grows or you shrink. In either way, to such a degree that you now begin to see the actual molecular structure of the stone. You are now smaller than the molecules, or they are bigger than you are. And you see the atoms of all the minerals that make up the stone, each atom being like unto a giant sphere of energy. But it is specifically the atoms of the stone, of the minerals, of the elements in the mineral domain. Move in between the spaces into the heart of the stone. until you believe you are literally at the very heart, the very center of the stone, of the lattice work, of the matrix, of the atomic structure. Feel the vibrations of the stone all around you, penetrating you. Match their frequency. Harmonize in lockstep to the kingdom of the stone, to the queendom of the stone, to the domain of the stone, of the mineral domain. You feel the vibration of all the stone formation, small and large, pebble, mountain. All the forms it takes are yours to know, to have, to hold, to be, to live, to breathe, to see. You and the stone are in a relationship. You and the stone are breathing together. You and the stone are consciousness acting in concert. You and the stone, you and the stone, you and the stone are one, are one, are one. Feel the qualities of the stone, the weight, the density. Feel the qualities of the stone. Feel them in your body. You are like unto the stone. You know the ages eternal. You are extremely fast and hard and patient and forever. You change your shape from stone to dust and back again to mountain top, to planet, to asteroid, and come back to the stone. Anything you now need to know about the mineral domain is yours to explore by entering this door. You and the stone are one. Come out of the stone and let it shrink, or you grow, until it is once again as it was before, in front of you as the stone it was. Extend your gratitude and thanks to the stone being for sharing itself with you and for agreeing to be in relationship with you. Anything you need to know about the mineral kingdom, now all you have to do is conjure up your stone friend and ask and explore. Now allow the stone to vanish and transform into a plant, a flower, a tree, whatever it needs to be. Allow yourself to greet the plant and recognize the consciousness. Allow yourself to feel the sweetness of the flower and the tree. Allow yourself to feel the moistness and aliveness, but the different time frame and perception of reality. Ask permission of the plant to know the plant, and imagine and feel that permission is freely granted, joyfully granted, and that you are invited in. Feel yourself again shrinking, or the plant enlarging beyond all bounds, until once again you are dwarfed by the molecular structure, the complexity, the variety, the structures, the to and fro of the water in the plant, the vibrant stems and saps, the lifeblood, the fluid, the consciousness and awareness of the flower, of the tree, of the grasses. Go to the heart of the plant inside the atomic structure and feel the vibration of nurturing and feel the nature that surrounds you and be one with that frequency. Feel the green. Feel the life bursting within the seeds, the potentiality of all the branches and roots that anchor you firmly to the ground and allow you to reach to the stars of any branch of information that you require. the language of the wind in the leaves and the branches of the trees, and the grasses upon the plains, and the multicolored flowers of every garden on the earth, in your place of perfect peace. And now you and the plant and the flower and the trees are one, are one, are one, blossoming in any direction you so desire to know anything you want to know about the plant domain. This shall be given unto you. Move yourself back out of the plant and allow your proportions to go back to that which was. Extend your deepest appreciation and love and gratitude to the tree, to the flower, to the plant, to the grasses. And know herein you have another relationship, a relationship of intimate love, that you can grow together as one. And anything you need to know of the plant domain is now yours for the asking and the sharing. Let yourself be watered with this knowledge and insight. Allow then the plant to vanish and transform into whatever representation of what you call the animal domain you wish to choose. Not dolphin, for that is different. In the same way that you believe you are different, dolphin is more your kin. Choose what you typically would assume to be an animal representation in the wild. Identify with it, acknowledge it, respect it, and look into its eyes if it has eyes. And if it has no eyes that you can see, then look into its soul, into its essence, and ask permission to share, to know, to feel, to be, to beat your hearts together as one, to feel its blood, to feel its life, to feel its instinct, its awareness, its sharpness, to feel its life force. Ask for permission and feel and know and hear and see that permission is freely granted. And with respect, approach and shrink, or let the animal grow, until once again you find yourself firmly ensconced within the atomic structure of that which you know to be the animal, and feel the vibrancy and the activity and the aliveness and the conviction and the focus and the certainty and the clarity of its purpose in knowing what it is and who it is and its place in the world, and its expression of the infinite through its very life force and its activity and its symbolism, of its place in the environment, in the ecology, in the biology. Its essence can be known to you, felt by you, experienced as yourself. You can identify and take upon the attributes of all the senses of this animal, and heighten your own and sharpen your own, if you will but the animal's willingness to share of its essence and soul with you, and see the animal recognize you in its eyes, in its essence, in its soul, and extend to you the invitation to fly, to run, to crawl, to swim, to gallop, to be free, to know the animal domain in all of its beauty, in all of its diversity, in all of its magnificence. As it knows the plants, as it knows the stones, so all of this is known to you for the asking, if you will but invoke your animal friend, your animal totem, your animal relationship, your animal guide in your place of perfect peace. It shall be given unto you. And now allow the animal to vanish and transform into what you deem to be a reflection of sentiency, be it cetacean, human, alien, whatever you consider to be the idea of another variation of yourself in another dimension of reality, past, present, and future. Invoke this brother, sister, lover, friend, mother, father, essential idea of the reflection of sentiency. See this person, he or she, or it, standing before you, with you, in your place of perfect peace. Look into its eyes and recognize your own eyes reflected back. Look into its heart and recognize your own heart reflected back. Feel into its soul and recognize your own soul reflected back. Know its mind. Know its essence. And give yourself permission to know yourself as you ask permission of this being to know this being. And receive the permission simultaneously from this being and from yourself to know each other. Merge with this being. Two that occupy the same space, and see and feel all at once the vibrancy of the atomic lattice within you and without you, in parallel realities of infinite design, in the crystal latticework of infinite creation, in the multidimensional crystal of all that is. Know all of your alternate selves and expressions of all the facets and all the ways the infinite is seeing, and all the eyes of God and all the bones of God and all the ideas of what you call all that is by any name is all the same and all one. Ask, in this blending, in this marriage of self to self and all that is in all its expressions and fingers and hands, ask to know what you would know, and in your place of perfect peace it will be given unto you. For you will identify and resonate and know as others know. You will walk in their shoes and see through their eyes and feel as they feel. Know their space, know their environment, know that they are you from another point of view. As with the animals, as with the plants, and as with the rocks, all are you from another point of view, and all shall be known that you ask if it serves the best of all concerned. In harmony and synchronicity, in light and in love, so be it. Remove yourself from the joining, but know you are forever joined, even as you acknowledge and validate your individuality and the individual identity of the diversity within all creation of all beings of this type. You are married, and you are your own. Marriage to yourself. Ask anything of any type of being in that way, and within the appropriateness of timing and your place, the information that will serve the best of all concerned will be given unto you in the way that is best for it to be of service. Allow now this being, this friend, this compatriot, this brother, sister, child, mother, father, to dissolve, to vanish, and to transform into simply glowing light. The angelic essence, the spirit and the soul itself of all that is, face to face, with no face in particular, or all the faces in creation. one-on-one with all that is, your dialogue with the infinite. Merge into the infinite, for this permission you have always had. And feel the warm, scintillating, vibrating, and tingling embrace, interpenetrating and surrounding and supporting every aspect of your being, every thought, word, and deed, every idea you have ever had of yourself, every notion you will ever have, every positive and negative outlook is unconditionally loved as an experience within the infinite. You are here, you are now, you are what you wish to be. This has been given unto you to know these things and to know yourself as fully as you wish. Feel the love and the heartbeat in one. And now feel yourself dissolve and vanish and transform into the light itself. Without the idea of losing your identity, you suddenly awaken into the realization that you, yourself, are also all that is itself. This is the gift of the blending of your will and divine will, in that you know that when you are yourself, you are all that is, and there is no difference between your free will and divine will, which is the will that you be who and what you are, and nothing else. It is not a contradiction, but a support of your unique essentialness. So be. And now allow the light to expand into a beautiful bubble coursing through the infinite void, the center of your place of perfect peace. Be there, be there, be there. Allow yourself to breathe easily, beautifully, gently, and know beyond a shadow of a doubt that as you now stand in your place of perfect peace, you are not the you used to be. In fact, you have never been this you before. You are the you of possibilities, constantly changing and forever one. You are your place of perfect peace. And it is wherever you may go, because it is within you. Breathe, breathe, breathe. And know that you have stretched your senses, opened gateways and doorways, and all you need to do is ask. From your place of perfect peace, it shall be given unto you in the way that is appropriate and best serves all concerned. The only clock in your place of perfect peace is the clock that says now, 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 now. And the only time in your place of perfect peace are your place of perfect peace. And it is wherever you may go, because it is within you. Breathe, breathe, breathe. And know that you have stretched your senses, opened gateways and doorways, and all you need to do is ask. From your place of perfect peace, it shall be given unto you in the way that is appropriate and best serves all concerned. The only clock in your place of perfect peace is the clock that says now, 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 now. And the only time in your place of perfect peace is synchronicity, synchronicity, synchronicity. The now, the one expressing itself as all that it can. With one final breath, lock in all that we have said and done. Make it your own. It is now in the essence of your energy and every cell, molecule, atom of your being. It is who and what you are. You are the complete kit. But this is only the beginning. But for now, absorb what we have done. You may now enjoy a short break. And we will reconnect shortly. How's it going? Good? Yeah, I'm fine. Let's do about 15 minutes or so, and then we'll resume. Ready for part 3? As you can possibly be, yeah. You liking it so far? Yeah, it's different. Sort of talking a little bit outside. Some of these are a little different than some of the other kinds of meditations that he might give for various reasons. They are a little bit more concentrated with obviously a specific intention in mind of helping you stretch with regard to this desire for channeling in whatever form you want it to be. And this was brought up, and I know this is a common thing. And the question basically was, what happens in these meditations if you simply fall asleep? Then you fall asleep. That's okay. You'll get what you need. You will absorb it. You will hear it. You will take it in. But sometimes, also, if you're not used to doing energy work in this way or receiving information in this way, the resistance will be, in a sense, that you may need to go to a level where you know innately you will get the information a little bit more clearly, and you'll just, get your analytical mind out of the picture. So don't worry about that if that happens. But the other thing about this is that what you're being given by Bashar as exercises right now, because this is the first time, this is the longhand version. Basically, just like what I received in the channeling class that I went through, is you get all the longhand version, and bit by bit, you shorten these things. You give yourself kind of a few key points out of the longhand version, eventually, that you simply use to immediately get yourself where you need to be. So it's not like you always have to do it this way, but once you get used to it, you'll automatically shorten it. And now, I find that sometimes if I go to another channeling, and this may again only be specifically because of how I do it and how I relate to the energy, when another channel starts going into the channeling state, I find that I actually have to hold myself out of it, because I'll succumb to it. I'll identify with it so strongly that I'll start to feel it happening, and I'll start going down into it, and I actually have to keep myself out of that. I'm not exactly sure what would happen, but I might just go into some kind of a meditation, I'm not sure. But because I start exhibiting all of the traits, like the head jerking and breathing and stuff like that, I know that it would be relatively disruptive to someone else sitting next to me. So I don't do that. How do I know Bashar's coming through? Is that what you're saying? Mm-hmm. Not necessarily, no. I might just, like I said, stay in some kind of a deep meditative state or something, if it's not really for the purpose of channeling. Oh, yeah. From you? Yeah, I've done that. I've done that. And I'm doing that tomorrow night. Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing that tomorrow night with Sean Randall in L.A. Yeah, it's a real interesting feeling. And it's not so much necessarily that the entities have to do that to talk to each other, but to you. But at least I experienced them talking to each other in that state. So it's like there's a party line going on up here that you don't get to hear. You know, because they're like coordinating what they're going to say, how they're going to take turns, and how one follows the other. And it's really an amazing thing to watch because they never step on each other's toes at all. And it's like one finishes a comment and the other one picks up the sentence, and they just go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. No, because they're not talking to each other about it in that sense. They're explaining a concept to someone else. But it's interesting because as the instrument, I actually feel, and the best analogy I can make is it's like when my entity is going to speak, it's almost like you feel the wind coming into the sails. And you go, okay, and you're on, and okay, you know, whatever. And then when it's the other entity's, about to be the other entity's turn, it's literally like the wind just goes, mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean this energetically. It's almost like something is put in and then sort of taken out a little bit, but not all the way. You know, and it's just kind of like, hold, and you just get that kind of sense of you don't have quite all the energy there, but it's like on idle, you know, until it comes back in, and you get ready to know that, oh, okay, it's their turn or something like that. Sean Randall in L.A. channels an entity called Torah. We've done that a couple of times with her, and I've done it a couple of times with some other entities. It's always great fun because it's just so bizarre to see the choreography between them, you know, and to also get some different angles of the same subject sometimes, because of course obviously Bashar has his way of delivering information and other entities have their way of delivering it, and so in that sense it's kind of neat because you get kind of like maybe the emotional angle from this entity, and then you'll get kind of like the physical angle from this entity and the mental angle from, so you get like a really well-rounded idea of what's being discussed. And we're going to discuss the comet tomorrow night. Hale-Bopp, the comet coming in. Of course. Sure. So they bring their slant with them, sure. But it's interesting to see that at least as far as what I've done, there's no contradiction in concept, you know, and the orchestration is just amazing to watch, you know. The other thing about that symptomology of the body jerks and stuff like that, some people have now mentioned that even in this meditation, they're starting to feel their bodies jerk. You know, with the energy as it comes through, starting to sort of, you know, fix itself and prepare itself to come through or to get the body used to it. This will be sometimes one of the symptoms. A lot of channels, not all, but a lot of channels do experience that kind of jerking, and it's not uncommon to the idea of Kundalini energy and other kinds of energy that do that, and my understanding of what that is it is like if you do have, you know, the typical quote-unquote blockages in the body or just, you know, from daily living, when this energy comes through, it's like sort of somebody taking a ramrod and going, okay, let's just straighten all that out. When this energy comes through, it's like sort of somebody taking a ramrod and going, okay, let's just straighten all that out. And, you know, the body has to sort of find its, how do you let that energy through? And sometimes that's what the jerking is that you see or experience, is that you're being aligned. It's like this is the position you have to be in to let the energy through. And those jerks will sometimes represent blocks being removed in the same way that, you know, a block, like say in a hose, would all of a sudden get shot out of the hose if enough water pressure comes behind it. Now, this is never a flattering analogy, but it's one of the best ones I can think of in terms of that moment when the energy is just so profound that you have to let it out, when a lot of channelings begin. I don't feel it this way so much anymore, but when I first began, the degree of intense immediacy sometimes will build up very strongly as the first initial attempts are made to get you used to the channeling. And that's why I'm saying, you know, you have to also be willing to be a little silly, because sometimes the first things that come through, if you're a vocal channel or automatic writing or something like that, will not be coherent. At first, literally, I only made noises. But the sensation of the need to let that out, and what you should let build to this point and beyond, and trust it that it'll be all right, is it's exactly the same sensation you have when you have to throw up. There is nothing else you can do to get this thing out. And it's not the same sensation, but it's the same effect. It's the same idea. It's a purging. You gotta let it go. Otherwise, you're just gonna blow up. Okay. So sometimes you can experience it that way, and that can be for almost any kind of channeling at all. If you're in the middle of any kind of an action and you can just let the energy rise to that crescendo, sometimes it can literally feel very climactic, and sometimes you just have to, boom, go into it. And you can, in that moment, really feel like you're sort of losing yourself, but if you trust it, it will usually bring itself back into some coherent form of expression. But for a while, let it be incoherent. At first, it was, again, like I said, sounds, like that, just because you had to get used to the idea of letting that come through. That doesn't mean it has to happen for you that way again. But eventually, it became coherent ideas that started translating into words, or again, automatic writing, or however you're using it. So just let it be that way if it needs to be that way. Whatever's comfortable for you. It doesn't much matter. Some people find it best lying down, some sitting up. I mean, you know, obviously it's nice if it's in some state of repose, but whatever's comfortable for you. Okay. Before I let Bashar do sort of a wrap-up and some more energy exercises for you, let's cover just a few more things. This is always, of course, a sort of a sticky one, and that is the importance of critical discernment of what it is you think you're bringing through as pure information. Is it accurate? Is it true? Is it this? Is it that? Discernment is important, and I think that this, what would be, for lack of a better term, called a truth sense, is something you just develop. There is at first a great degree of subtlety between what you might think is just your imagination and what is actually representative of a piece of information that's going to be there for a purpose. Not that your imagination can't deliver that, but there is a vibrational difference. You can, over time, with practice, learn to tell the difference. So at first, don't be too concerned, again, with whether it's accurate or true. Make the disclaimer. Acknowledge. I don't know what's going to come through here. I don't know if it's going to be accurate or true. It may be symbolic. It may be an interpretation. It may be total nonsense relative to this reality, but this is the way it's got to come through for now, so I can get used to the idea. It's similar, again, to the idea of either, you know, practicing an instrument or learning penmanship, learning to make your letters. At first, you're going to wonder, is that a B? What is that? You know, but you have to get used to the idea of how to make the forms. So let it be incoherent at first. Let that be all right. And, however, at the same time, there is a relatively practical and pragmatic way to hone in on the idea of discernment, accuracy, truth sense, what have you. And again, of course, this is all going to be very relative. So this is a very ambiguous idea. But the only way I can think of to say it from my own experience is it's a balance of intuition and reason. And the simple question to ask yourself is, even if this information seems possible, does it really seem likely? You would be surprised how often that simple question will actually in and of itself be a form of immediate channeling, corrective, governing energy. If you bring through something, you go, okay, get in the state again and say, even if that's possible, is this really likely? You will immediately get yes, no. And you'll learn to trust that immediate gut intuition. Something is a little off about it. No, it's totally right on. It's off completely. It's on completely. That simple question, yes, everything is possible. does this really seem likely? Yes, no. And as you do the work, in conjunction with this, to get in touch with the definitions in you that sometimes do color excitement, you will eventually, as you clear that up, know that you're not coloring this answer. Okay? Because it'll be such a gut hunch. It'll be such a quick, instant understanding that you'll learn to trust that, you'll learn to go with that. And that's why often, in a lot of psychic and telepathic things, people say, just say it, don't think about it. Just, what do you come up with first? Not only for the purpose of, don't edit it first, so that you just get used to the process, but at the same time, very often, you will see that we have, over time, learned to bury that sense, and that it is a real sense, you do have a truth sense, and you'll begin to learn to use your own truth sense as a calibration tool on any other information you may be bringing through, so that you can say, okay, here's the information, possible but likely, yes, no. Information, possible but likely, yes, no. And you'll start to learn to give yourself that feedback mechanism, not judgment, but a true, honest gut feedback mechanism that lets you know that you are having an experience of a degree of accuracy or validity or reality here, or you're off the beam. Eventually, this process, information, possible but real, possible but likely, will start to actually become one vibration. And instantly, with time, you'll get that instant correction, information right on information right on information. No, a little off, okay, information, you'll guide yourself, you'll correct yourself. The other thing, however, of course, because this is a very complex thing that can also throw this off, but is necessary sometimes, and Bashar has said that this happens, sometimes someone will ask a question. A piece of information will be delivered. The information may not empirically be true, but it's what needs to be said to guide the person where they need to be guided. So that can be a very confusing circumstance, because that will happen from time to time, where the person needs to hear something in a certain way. Someone might ask, am I supposed to be in Chicago on Tuesday? The entity might say yes. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the person really needs to be in Chicago on Tuesday. It might be that whatever the entity senses are the actions that the person will now take, because the entity said yes, are the important actions the person needs to take, regardless of whether they wind up in Chicago or not. But a person may need to hear it that way. So now and then you'll run across the understanding, but you'll have the understanding, ideally, by that time. Learn to recognize the reason for why a piece of information is given as a overall truth, meaning it's true to what the person needs as an energy momentum, but it may not be in and of itself a fact. And there's a difference sometimes between the idea of an overall truth in momentum and a quote-unquote fact, or a predictive fact. Okay? Don't worry about that for now. That'll be part of the honing process. You'll learn to recognize the difference in the vibration for what's going on, because it comes with a sense of there's a bigger picture here. And the information is for the purpose of causing a catalyzation, an action to happen. It's not supposed to be taken as this is the end-all, be-all of what you're getting. Okay? Kind of what we talked about before, to remember that the energy itself in the channeling is also part of the message. It's not just what you hear, it's not just what you see written down. The state of being itself, the delivery of the way it's done, no matter what form it takes, is part of the message and is as critical as anything. That's why also you will often see that when one vocal channel is, shall we see, that when one vocal channel is, shall we just simply say, spawned or cloned by another, in other words, they learn how to channel from another channel, you will often see a similarity in their channeling to the first channel. Because what they have learned is it's the energy state that's important, that gets the idea across, that delivers the message. So sometimes people can be confused and think, oh, it's the same entity. It's not necessarily the same entity. It's the same energy state, because that's the way they've learned to get the idea across. It's the carrier wave that allows the information to be delivered. So
you will see sometimes that the energy itself sometimes is even, as important or maybe even more important than exactly what's coming along it. Bottom line to all of this really is to learn by doing it. It's the only way to do it. As far as I can tell, you can think about it, you can read about it, you will not really do it until you do it, and you have to trust it. The more you trust it, from my own experience, I can guarantee the easier it will be. But the thing about doing it is also there are a number of different things about how to go about doing it. And again, this comes to your own, your personal desire of how you want to express and experience this thing. But specifically with regard to, at least as far as I can tell, any kind of channeling that is specifically delivering information as a response to a question, there is a completely different dynamic to channeling for people who are asking questions of the entity than there is to channeling for yourself. Okay? Many people start out practicing by channeling for themselves with no real interaction going on, or they just deliver information. It's not that that can't be done. But one of the thresholds a lot of vocal channels reach is they have to all of a sudden realize that one of the things that will actually allow them to channel easier is to simply let someone ask a question of the entity, because that sets up a dynamic that demands an answer. And that very action, if you get all the fear out of the way, is it right, is it wrong, that very action will actually open the gate of information. And sometimes people's hesitation is that they think they have to feel that gate open before they allow themselves to be exposed to a group of people who will ask the entity questions, when in fact doing that is what will open the gate. So if you get to that point where you're going, I don't know if I'm ready yet, channeling for other people and letting them ask questions is the way to open that gate. So start with some friends who know what you're doing, but who are willing to just engage the entity in dialogue or what have you, at least, automatic writing, vocal, whatever. That's what's going to really get the ball rolling, and it's a completely different ball game from just sitting in a channeling state and just delivering information to begin with. That will also come later, because, Bashar does that too. But I found that a marked difference occurred in the class when I first started feeling the channeling energy come through, to the next class with which the teacher allowed me to co-channel with him. As soon as someone started asking the entities questions, a whole new realm of possibilities and energy opened up that was just simply not there when I was just practicing letting the energy through by myself with no particular intention or direction or purpose in mind. Okay? That's a very big threshold and a very big difference in energy. Okay, then before you get your final exercises and meditations from Bashar, are there any questions any of you have so far that you want to ask of me? I think Bashar will also allow you to ask questions, but just quickly, is there anything anyone is unclear about? Or
what was your understanding when different channels, you touched on this a little bit, but when different channelers are claiming to bring in the same being, it's like I've probably come across 6 people who are channeling self.
Right. Well, again, if you want to spend the time to do the research, you can probably ultimately, like a detective, narrow down the degree of similarity or not. It can be many things. It can be that they are. It can be that they're channeling another aspect of the same entity. It can be, again, the identification, that they just so strongly identify with that energy's vibration that they will bring through something similar and think it's the same entity. It can be any number of things, and that's kind of a complex arena that really does literally take some investigation to find out. And that's why, really, at the outset, I always really prefer to say that's why the whole name thing is just kind of, it's more go by the information. Does the information seem to resonate on the same level? Is it of that tone? Is it of that variety? Does it seem to be congruent with other information, that has resonated with you? And, not worry so much about whether it is or isn't. Of course, again, that can get sticky if someone is saying that it is and it seems to be causing all sorts of, rocking the boat with regard to being so contradictory to other information. But then again, that might tell you right then and there that, maybe it's not really. Okay, because the few instances that I know where I felt myself
the validation of the vibration that Bashar was actually coming through a few other people, there was absolutely no discrepancy in the information or the personality presentation whatsoever, even when it was coming through a Japanese woman. It was Bashar coming through a Japanese woman, okay? The energy, the information was spot on. There was no variation whatsoever in that sense. When I discovered a few people who thought they were, Bashar confirmed that maybe for a while there was a touch-in to help them sort of trigger to another level, but they may have assumed that he hung around longer than he did because they were so, surprised by that energy and thought they had to continue with that. Other people, again, are more, they identify so strongly with it that they think that that's what they're channeling, when in fact they may simply, which is not a bad thing, and in itself is actually, to some degree, a goal. They may simply be converting their own energy to match his frequency, and it may be them, but they may think it's him. But it may still serve the same purpose as long as the information is clear. So this is such a complex issue that it really takes a lot of investigation in each case, to find out whether or not that's true. So rule of thumb, if it works for you, fine. If it doesn't, if it goes against the grain, then, shy away from it to something else. Well, I'm not going to specifically start naming and recommending different people here. I know that Lisa has channeled Bashar from time to time. Yes, I know. Well, she has from time to time. But I don't want to get into a thing of saying, this person's valid, this person's not. Yeah, I know. So that's as far as I'll go with that. Okay. Okay, so is that it? Then have fun some more with Bashar. Let us continue with the following notion. First, an important point. Well, important from our point of view. Understand that each and every one of these exercises and each and every one of these meditations and tools is very specifically keyed to allow you to tap into certain frequencies of energy that are in a great degree related to the whole concept of opening yourself up in the format that you typically call channeling. The idea is also to understand that this is a lifestyle change. If you're really going to want to use this energy in whatever form you want to use it in, if you're really going to want to use these meditations for the purpose of allowing them to expand this energy within you, then it requires a lifestyle change. In other words, to put it pragmatically, if you do these exercises and meditations, and then go out in your traffic and start cussing out all the other drivers, you are countermanding the energy. If you do not incorporate an attitudinal change in everything you do, you will find yourself dismantling the very thing that you set up. You have to create a degree of coherency and congruency in all the flow of energy in your life so as to allow these tools to be reinforced and reinforceable, because they cannot, in a sense, amplify energy that is contrary to what they are designed to amplify. So if you want to go out in life and contradict the energy from one moment to the next, remember, there is no judgment involved. That's your prerogative. But we simply allow you to understand that it is very important for you to realize that what you're actually committing to here, if you're that it is very important for you to realize that what you're actually committing to here, if you're committing to the utilization of this energy, is a lifestyle change that needs to permeate every single aspect of your life. Trust it. It will amplify and accelerate you in all those situations that you may have behaved differently in before. It will allow you to see how those situations serve you if you will maintain the same degree of behavioral attitude within all the situations, within all the relationships, within all the circumstances of your life that you give yourself the ability to feel when participating in these meditations and exercises. You will, if you do that, see a great degree of impact and acceleration, and you will see a great effect that these meditations and exercises will have in your life. They will be very obvious and very profound. But if you countermand it from one moment to the next, you will find it will take you an awful lot longer to reap the benefit of what these exercises can do for you, because they will not thrive in a hostile environment in that sense, or a contradictory one. That is the first point, and it is a critical one. So, if you wish, do your best, allow yourself to trust that maintaining this energy in all circumstances will really allow you to accelerate, shall we say, even sometimes beyond what you imagine possible. And I guarantee that. Now, here is another idea for another technique that is, shall we say, twofold in purpose. Number one, this will aid and assist in the balancing of the integration of all the different personality fragments that was discussed in the early portion of this entire class. And it will also give you some exercise with regard to the idea of simply bringing through information in a pure channeling state. And it is typically what is referred to as voice dialoguing with yourself. This is the way that we would recommend that you go about it. Again, there's a high degree of silly quotient in this, but by all means that's part of its charm. So, another technique that you can use is take two chairs, face them toward each other. Sit in one chair as if you were facing a person sitting in the other chair. And just for example, though there are many ways you can utilize this technique, ask as if you were really talking to another person, to another entity, to a source of information that you want to know some information from. Ask your question or engage in dialogue. Make a statement that you expect some particular kind of response from that you feel or believe you don't necessarily know the response to yourself. Ask the question, for example. Then, literally, get up, turn around, sit in the other chair, and answer it. You will actually be surprised how often you will be able to do so. Go back and forth. After you've answered it, go back into the first chair, ask another question, turn around, sit in the other chair, address it, or answer it, or respond to it in whatever way, shape, or form seems appropriate. This, in some senses, is like unto what might be called an acting technique for getting into the role, getting into the part, and to some degree that is true. But in many ways, true acting is a form of channeling, because you literally become the person, you become the part, you allow your personality to shift into one of the very myriad personality fragments autonomously that can exist from within you. So by all means, use this not only as a method to blend and integrate the idea of the different personality fragments into something more homogeneous and cohesive within you, but also to simply give you practice in the understanding of both A, your ability to spontaneously discover you have access to far more information than you previously might have thought, and two, to simply give you stretching exercises for the whole idea of channeling in and of itself, and to discover many more different ideas of personality fragments within you than you may have realized did exist. So that is a very fun technique. Take advantage of it. I guarantee, again, you probably will be very surprised at how often you can actually come back with an immediate response if you will do it very quickly. So, if you're willing to understand that if someone should happen to peek in, that you will look a little odd, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, talking to yourself, it will still be a great technique that you can learn a lot by. Now, another energy exercise. This one is specifically designed as a energy stretching mechanism. The immediate effects of this one may or may not be apparent, but believe me, if you do this, you will find yourself very, very stretched with regard to your senses, your ability to access information and energy, and your ability to expand energetically in your life. However, shall we say in your language, it's a whopper. It's a doozy. So get ready to be dizzy. Be comfortable. And if you can't do it right away, that's all right. Again, as you say, you will get the hang of it. And again, if in time your imagination sees fit to change some of the components of any and all of these exercises, trust it and go with the flow, because it is key to your vibration. It knows what it's doing. Trust it. As long as you are fulfilling what you feel to be the basic essence and are not avoiding the idea because you think it's too difficult, then go with the flow. For now, however, we would make the suggestion with the following exercise. Make the best attempt you can to follow it as literally as you possibly can. Yes, it will be a lot to hold on to. Yes, you may find yourself getting a little bit lost. Yes, you may find yourself getting a little bit disoriented and dizzy, but you see, that's the point. So, at least one of them. So, here it comes. Energy exercise. XYZ is what it is called. Relax. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. You already know this part. And imagine that you are feeling the red vibration, relaxing your body, the green vibration, relaxing your mind, the blue vibration, relaxing your spirit, and all the issues that are called mentality and emotionality and thought processes, what have you. Let all of your worries go. Be in your place of perfect peace. You remember where that is. You remember what that looks like. Be in your place of perfect peace. From there it is you will be able to accomplish anything. So be there. Be here by being there. And now, in your place of perfect peace, imagine the following. Imagine, if you will, from what you would call around the area of your heart or solar plexus, right under your rib cage. Imagine, if you will, that there is just behind, in the center of your body, just behind that area, right under your rib cage, right near your heart, right below it, a bright, bright ball of white light, that spark. You remember the star. There it is, right there in you. And it contains everything. All the different domains that you explored and made friends with. It contains everything now. This bundle, this packet of energy that is your essence, your consciousness, your awareness, your intention. This focus that is you. This light, this star that is you. Is there. You feel it inside yourself. Imagine now, as you are either standing or sitting in your place of perfect peace or even lying down, that this ball of energy grows and grows and grows and grows so intense that it bursts forth in a beam, a laser-like beam out the front of you, stretching to infinity, fast as a shot, all the way out, a bright, bright beam of light pouring out from your chest to infinity in front of you. Stretching out. It is a beam of light, but also it is to some degree elastic. So as it stretches out as far as you can imagine infinity to be, you find ultimately that it will slow down after it has reached infinity, and it will stop and be a solid beam, and then suddenly it will start to creep back toward you. Faster, faster, faster from the far reaches of infinity until it comes crashing back through your chest and bang, out the back to infinity. A beam now out the back, out your back, straight back to infinity. All the way out, all the way out, all the way out, all the way out, farther, 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 farther. Farther, farther, farther. Until it too begins to slow down and stop. And it returns faster, 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 until it again comes crashing through your back and out the front. But this time it gets there a little bit faster. And it stops, and it comes back a little bit faster, 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 and bang through you and out the back to infinity. Stops, reverses, and bang through you out the front. And back, and bang out the back, bang out the front, bang out the back, out the front, 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 out the back, out the front. Back and forth, 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 back and forth. All right, keep this momentum up. Back and forth, 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 back and forth. As you allow this energy beam to go back and forth, 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 as you allow that to continue, feeling easier about it as it goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, being more at home with it, being acclimatized to it a little bit, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, yet each time stretching to infinity, front and back, front and back, front and back, to infinity, front and back, front and back, front and back. As soon as it crosses in the center, you all of a sudden will now also at the same time allow another beam to go out left side, left side, left side, all the way out to infinity, back to the right side, all the way back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, not only front and back, but side to side, 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 back and forth, 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 side to side. Let yourself get used to this idea. You have now completed the idea of the x-axis and the y-axis, and now, as you begin to get used to this, all of a sudden, as it comes all crashing back into the center, it goes bang out the top of your head, up to infinity, and comes back, bang down out the bottom, all the way down, through the earth, to infinity, through infinity, to infinity, to infinity, back and forth, up and down, back and forth, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, to infinity, 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 back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and forth, up and down, side to side, and the energy begins to grow, begins to build, stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger in the center of your being until, bang, an infinite number of rays shoot out simultaneously and stay there. You are suspended in the center of an XYZ axis on beams of light. The beams of light are actually suspending you, piercing you. Front to back, side to side, top to bottom, you are stabilized at infinity. All these beams stretch out. More and more of them can stretch out. You can now push them out at any angle you want, covering the whole of infinity. You are suspended in the center of this gigantic ball created of beams of light that all come back to the center, that pierce you and suspend you. And you hang there for eternity, for infinity. And suddenly, you begin to notice that on these infinite, steady beams of light, maybe this one over there, maybe this one up there, this one down there, little bits of pulses and information begin to trickle down these beams from infinity to you. Signals, pulses come to you, feeding into your center. And back out again. You're sending out messages, and you're receiving answers. Back and forth, out on these lines, like phone lines, like communication links, like a network, like a web that you are at the center of, like a spider. In its web, all these lines of light that are piercing and suspending you are feeding you information, bits and pieces of pulses of light and energy and information. And you are sending out information, inquiries, requests, questions, statements, constant dialogue back and forth from every direction imaginable, from every dimension possible, from every space and time that exists. From the center of yourself, through the center of yourself, into other dimensions, through the black hole at the center of the bright ball of light in the center of your being, to come around again, looping around as more information coming from other dimensions and other black holes and other white holes and other gateways and other vortices. Every doorway, every gateway you can imagine opens and closes and clicks and shuts and opens and closes, clicks and shuts, and light pours through and information pours through and faces show through, and light and information and faces and ideas and sounds and smells and everything, every sensation from every door, clicking, opening, closing, shutting, closing, a switchboard of infinite possibilities, clackety, 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 clack. You, ultimately, as you feel the flow and the ebb of all these pulses and information going to and fro, coming back and forth, up and down, side to side, back and front, all around, all around, all around. Now send out one large pulse along every single line outward and receive one large pulse back and out and back. But like a heartbeat, a double pulse, boom, 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 out and back, out and back, out and back, out and back, out and back. And you're beginning to sense that there is a larger, infinite mass mind behind this heartbeat pulse. that all these beams and all these conduits and all these wires and all these webs and all these connections, all these gates and all these doors and all these images are also one gigantic awareness. Boom, 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 boom. One heartbeat, one soul, one mind, one consciousness. Boom, 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 boom. You are suspended in the center of eternity. You are suspended in the center of infinity. With every heartbeat is a new breath, and you are redefined and reinvented. Boom, boom. A new you. Boom, boom. A new you. Boom, boom. A new reality. Boom, boom. A new dimension. Boom, boom. A new awareness. Boom, boom. A new perspective. Boom, boom. A new experience. Boom, boom. A new thought. Boom, boom. A new sensation. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Forever and ever. New, new. Forever, forever. New, new. Forever, forever. New, new. And now, all of the beams of light expand until you are simply surrounded in a sea of light that starts to become more and more transparent, 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 like a bubble, until everything appears to be empty. But still, if you pay close attention, you can hear it. Boom, 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 boom. It permeates everything. It is all that is. You are the seed at the heart of all that is. Boom, 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 boom. As the blood flows through your own heart, so does light, information, awareness, knowledge, and experience flow through the you that you are as the seed in the heart of the infinite of all that is. What seems empty is full, and you know that out of this apparent nothingness, now on this conduit, this web, this network, this pulse, you are connected to all that is, from any direction and every direction simultaneously. And every time you remember your heartbeat, your own heart will connect you to this pulse. Be in your place of perfect peace and listen and feel your heartbeat. Boom, 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 boom. Take a deep breath and feel refreshed. Feel alive, feel relaxed, feel balanced, feel loved because you are. And now, remember that everything you shall decide to do in these endeavors shall always be done for the good of all concerned in perfect timing and synchronicity. Remember, as the phrase so eloquently expressed in what you call one of your native languages, mitakuye oyashin, to all my relations, everything is a relationship to everything else. What is only is because it exists by means of relationship to everything else. Be in relationship to everything that happens in your life. When you move through your day, be in relationship to all the objects, people, places in your life, all the circumstances. Be everything else. Be in relationship to everything that happens in your life. When you move through your day, be in relationship to all the objects, people, places in your life, all the circumstances. Be in relationship to it. See it as other aspects, other views, other opportunities to understand more and more of who and what you are. As if you are existing in a multidimensional crystal with an infinite array of facets. Be in relationship with yourself. and with all that is, by experiencing all of its attributes. Be in relationship. Take a deep breath and be in relationship with your life, with your breath, with your surroundings. You are vibrant, creative beings. All these tools we have now given you, again, are specifically designed to focus you in whatever way, shape, or form is representative of your truth and your joy and your excitement and your love. Use them. Practice them. Allow your imagination to tinker with them, but use them and imbue your life with this vibration to see the greatest impact and effect. You have what you need to be who you are. And now, here is the idea of the 5-minute channeling lesson. So anytime at all, of course, at your own pace, if you want to go and you say the long form, by all means do so. It is good to practice these things until they are, as you say, second nature. But basically, all you have to do now, or whenever you wish, is simply remember your place of perfect peace. Go there. Be there. Acclimate to it. And when you are there, call forth whatever it is you wish known to you, and receive whatever it is appropriate that you should be given. That is all it takes, because in your place of perfect peace, you are who you are, really who you are. Receive. Give, receive. Love, unconditional love. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Let us then, at this time, open up opportunity for what you would call to be any questions that you have, or ideas that you wish to share that you would like any kind of feedback and or commentary on at this moment. We will give you a moment to collect yourself. I will begin by asking you, did you like the XYZ exercise? Did it push you? Did it challenge you? Did it stretch you? If not, allow your imagination to come up with whatever you need to add to it to do so. The critical key of the exercise is specifically the XYZ axis stretching. The rest of it is up to you, whether you want to add it or not. But as long as you can do the XYZ stretching, back and forth, top to bottom, side to side, and you can juggle those energies simultaneously in your mind, in your imagination, in your energy, you will find that almost no informational source is outside your capability of accessing. But amend it as you will. And in conjunction with all the other things that we have suggested, practice them. And now, with the utilization, of course, for your own convenience, of what you call your magic wand, your electronic stick, are there questions? All right. Be bold.
When I did the...
Now, one moment. All of you, pay attention. Proceed.
Well, I've done a perfect peace exercise before, and this time I was a little surprised because I ended up in a little different environment than I thought.
As I said, you have changed, so other things will change. This is also one of the reasons why it might be good to do the place of perfect peace at different times, because your place of perfect peace will reflect and represent the changes that you have gone through.
Well, this time it was like a glass spaceship.
All right.
Or a half glass, circular.
Half glass? All right.
Well, I mean, the top was glass and
Yes.
the bottom was really comfortable.
All right.
And I could move it into the sun if I wanted. I had
All
most
right.
expansive view I could imagine.
Yes.
I could go anywhere and be anywhere I wanted.
All right. Thank you. Is that what you wish to share?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
All right. Well, thank you for your creative interpretation of the place of perfect peace. Use it. It is, in that sense, a true vehicle to take you into different dimensional perspectives. Yes. Thank you.
I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Bashar.
You are welcome.
Just wanted to, thought occurred to me, Bashar, that we come to this class to learn to be channels and help to render information through us to others, but also just in the process of becoming a channel is itself a tremendous lesson.
Absolutely. In fact, that is actually the only lesson there is.
Yeah.
It isn't about the idea of achieving an end result or a goal, but that you understand that what it is you're doing now is the point.
Yeah.
And by allowing yourself to recognize that this is what you chose to do, is whatever process you happen to be going through, is whatever experience you're having at the moment, that when you allow that to be what you chose to do, then you will not be in such a hurry to get anywhere else other than where you are, and you will understand the true point of what you call your life.
Yeah, it's part of the whole thing that, to give is to receive also. And,
yes.
A lot of people will take up, channeling, thinking, oh, I want to help the world and give this information out to them.
Well, and they will.
And they will, but in reality what they're doing is they have to become it in order to give it. And in essence, they're giving it to themselves.
Of course.
So that's a really wonderful little...
Thank you for your realization.
You're welcome.
As are you.
Bashar, the problem I always have when I start
the challenge
I have when I'm when I'm channeling is that when either in automatic writing or in vocal channeling.
All right, proceed.
Is that I'm always judging the information that's coming through.
Yes.
And am I supposed to pull myself out farther away from it?
No, you are supposed to go deeper into it.
Deeper into
Understand this. In this day and age on your planet, there will almost be no longer any such thing as an unconscious channel. Your consciousness needs to participate, but it needs to be altered in a manner that allows participation to seem non-interferive. You follow?
Mm-hmm.
The idea, therefore, is not so much that you remove yourself, but that you actually dive further in by allowing yourself to explore, A, your definitions about why it is you should judge, because it has already been explained to you that the information does not necessarily have to make sense, and therein lies the power of paradox. As soon as you don't care whether the information makes sense, it will start to make all the sense in the world. But you care too much that it should make sense, and so you're having difficulty allowing it to do so. And therefore you have to second-guess yourself and watchdog yourself and make sure of this and make sure of that. And that's exactly the correct way to slow the whole thing down and not dispense the information fluidly. So the idea is that when you relax the reason, whatever it is in your definitions you have created this reason to be, when you relax the reason that it needs to be a certain thing, then it can actually be that thing because you're not putting a condition on it. It has to be unconditional. It has to come through you unconditionally for its own sake, for whatever it's going to be. But if you need it to be a certain thing, then you're placing a condition on it, and placing a condition on anything places a limitation on it and doesn't allow it to be what it needs to be and sets up the need for you to watchdog it. You see the loop that you create?
Yes.
Does that help explain the idea?
Yeah, it does.
Does that help you sufficiently?
Yes. I have another question.
Yes.
The last few nights I've been not realizing it, but I've been told that I'm having conversations in another language.
All right.
Can you give me an insight on that?
Well, again, the idea is that with a sufficient amount of relaxation of your expectations, it is quite possible for you to allow your telepathic insight, which is the primary language, to be expressed in any one of the formatted languages on your planet, and it can act as simply as a translation back and forth between the two. It may be that you have a propensity for a connection to a particular culture, either past life or simply present identification, that allows you to do this. And some individuals will simply excel at that particular kind of translation. But what is happening is that you're allowing one language, in a sense, or concept, to pass through the telepathic understanding that is the basis for all languages. And then you are simply relaxing enough in that instance to allow yourself to not have the expectations for what it should be, and it will come out in even a language that you may not, quote-unquote, actually know in your waking state. This can actually be a good lesson for you for your information in general, in that you can do this thing. Your information in general, in that you can do this thing, you can also allow yourself to relax the expectations for any and other all kinds of information that could come through you. You follow?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
have a question. For, sometimes in the evening, or when I'm sleeping at night, I'll wake up and be soaking wet from head to toe, like I had just gotten out of a shower or something.
Yes.
Is that a form of energy transference? Or
Well, in some senses, although there can be different reasons for the idea of what some individuals may call night sweats, it can, to some degree, be a chemical change, a physiological thing. It can be an energy shift. Of course, it is energy, even if it's physical, but I mean it simply as physicalized energy, instead of the idea of interdimensional shifting, though that can sometimes cause it too. Or the idea of a response or a reaction emotionally, or shall we say, physiologically or physiobiologically emotionally to certain experiences you may be having in other dimensions that your body translates in certain ways. It can also be the release of old ideas, the purging of old ideas through the auspices of what you would call your perspiration. You understand? It can be any and all of these things. One moment. What is your diet like?
Typical? It's not...
Typical meaning what?
A lot of chicken and fish, salads.
Yes. And?
Basically it.
Basically.
I eat everything.
All right.
Anything.
All right. And your water intake?
Okay. Not great, but not terrible.
And what other kinds of liquids do you drink?
Well, alcohol.
And?
Coffee.
Stop. Now, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm telling you that to some degree, for now, in your particular resonant aperture, coffee, caffeine, in that sense, in that form, and sometimes the alcohol, but mostly the coffee, are to some degree causing resonant incongruities that are allowing the experience to be expressed as what you are having called night sweats. You follow?
Yes, thank you.
You are creating out-of-phasic, discordant discontinuities within your energy attempts to accelerate and go into other dimensions easily. So you are, in a sense, attempting to purge the toxins from your system in order to do that. If you stop putting those kinds of toxins into the system, you will not have to sweat them out to go where you need to go. You follow?
Yes,
thank you.
Bashar, I understand the agreement that you and the channel had before his incarnation, but I haven't seen any broad daylight sightings. I haven't had a broad daylight sighting of a ship lately. And I was wondering, how do you connect? Is there like a classified section for entities looking for channels or something? I mean, how do you...
Again, do understand...
I mean, because I don't really feel like... I mean, I do feel as though I'm going to channel, but I don't recognize any contact yet.
You don't necessarily have to have a physiological validation of contact to simply know that any number of entities are willing to make a connection with you. It may not necessarily always be appropriate that the connection begin that way. So don't wait for that. Just begin to do whatever it is you wish to do. If it is appropriate and important that a sighting should take place as a part of the overall event of your life, then it will. But it won't until such time as it really is a matter of timing. But don't wait for that. That's not a criteria for forming a connection, because energy is free in that sense, and you can connect to other dimensional mentalities without necessarily having to have a physiological validation to back it up.
I was kind of kidding with the spaceship thing, but I meant, is there, I mean, like, someone that's, I mean, going to want to deliver a specific work through you, or do you determine that?
It is determined by your intention to some degree in terms of what excites you the most, and also sometimes you are given some guidance by the other entity, if you make a connection to such entity, to give you hints and clues as to what might be representative of the direction of your truth, and you can then together make the determination as to exactly how that needs to be expressed. Yes. You can work together on this. Yes.
So I just kind of like put a call out. I mean, I'm real comfortable with, you know,
yes.
a telepathic call.
Yes,
you know,
yes, yes. You will receive a response, but keep your expectation out of the way for how you think it's supposed to be felt or experienced, because it may not be in any way, shape, or form what you might think at all. At all. At all. It may be very surprising how it comes back. And in fact, sometimes some individuals begin to do a channeling that they don't even recognize as a channeling that is connected to another entity until after the fact, later. And look back and go, oh, I see. What I've been doing all this time is actually the form of translation of communication from another entity. I see. So, relax all the expectations for how it has to come through, but yes, put the call out. It will be answered if you are, in that sense, intentionally sincere.
Or is there someone that you can perceive already?
I'm not going to tell you that. This is a channeling class. You have to do your homework. All right?
I have one question also. With regards to symbols and stuff, you had described previously what would be kind of your phone number, the triangle figure, and so on. With regards to channeling in general, preparation, attunement, are there any particular symbols
Yes.
in color, shapes,
What you
and so
typically
on?
call the Star of David.
Star of David.
Yes.
Any color?
The two interpenetrating triangles is, in essence, a channeling connector from lower to higher, higher to lower realms. I will leave the color up to you, although blue has been recognized as one of the strongest to connect you to the electromagnetic energy.
There is one Star of David image that is each. It looks like it's woven in itself. Is that of particular importance, or is it
Whatever
just a
works
general
best
shape?
for you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Another question.
Those that have asked, give deference to those that have not for now, since there is a limited amount of time.
Bashar.
Good day, yes.
Good day. Recently, at night, in other words, dream time,
yes.
I know I must be doing some kind of work because I wind up grinding my teeth, for instance, and wake up and during the day and whatnot, I can tell that the muscles around my jaw have been getting quite a workout.
Yes, but this may be the idea of simply releasing the day's tensions over the course of the night rather than any interdimensional work. In the sense of interdimensional work, allowing you to know that you do have to release, yes, that may be being done. But the grinding of the teeth may also simply be the body consciousness's way of letting out the tension that is also a signal to let you know that you are allowing the tension to be there.
Does that mean, in other words, that, or what I'm guessing then from this is that maybe I should be doing some kind of work to alleviate the stress or tension during my waking time?
Yes. All the things that we have suggested that have to do with the idea of the lightening of stress in your situations in life, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasant dreams.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Are there any parameters when it comes to locating other people that you don't know where they're at?
Yes. Again, the idea is to go back to your place of perfect peace and remember the junctioning that took place with the entity that you call a sentiency. Do you remember?
Okay.
Do you remember?
Not altogether.
Do you remember
The whole
in
thing,
your exercise going to the place of perfect peace
yeah.
and going
Yeah.
to the rock, the plant, the animal,
Yeah.
and then the sentiency?
Yeah.
That which would represent it as another intelligence, another intelligent sentient being?
Yes.
Interpose in its place the person you seek. Join with it in the way that we have described. Junction your emotionality, your senses with it, and see through that person's eyes and that person's mind and that person's feelings, and ask to know what that person knows about who and what and where they are, and see what you get.
Okay.
Use the technique that has been given to you. That's why it has been given to you. All right?
This is what you utilized when the question came up with my wife's missing son for 32 years.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Bashar,
yes.
We're happy that you give us this lesson.
We are very happy also for this sharing.
Now, I want to ask you, when we open our mind using these techniques and we're ready to make connection, to exchange thoughts, feelings, knowledge, is there whom we can connect? Can we go?
All right. I'm going to let you all in on a little secret. And this will have to suffice as the answer to your question, for we will not be allowed to be more specific than this, but this should be a beginning. In any such class of this type, while of course you can make connections to whomever you wish, whatever you wish, however you wish, in this class there is always someone who makes a connection with each and every one of you during the class and will stay with you for a time thereafter to work with you. Each of you have already made a connection in this class with a specific entity that vibrationally represents the entity most aligned with what it is you need to do when you use these techniques. So all of you, every one of you, right now, have an associated entity, so to speak, standing right behind you. Right now, have an associated entity, so to speak, standing right behind you in this class. The room is fuller than you think. So you're already working with someone who is the someone that is appropriate for this particular class and will also be appropriate perhaps to work with you for the exercises of this class until such time, or if and when you decide to make a connection to another idea or go to another level, and there will always be an appropriate entity if that's what you desire, or again it will be a portion of your own consciousness that you will make the appropriate connection with. But right now, yes, there has been in a sense a specific assignment of entities to each and every one of you that are with you right now and will remain with you for a while to help you in using these exercises. So, I would suggest, again, that you use them so that they have something to do. Otherwise, they'll go away. All right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And to you, a good day.
And to you, a good day.
Bashar, I have since beginning a clairaudient relationship, have had tones in my head that have changed much more dramatically, at least I perceive it to be, than before I started the telepathic work.
Is that supposed to be surprising?
Well, I haven't panicked. I haven't taken it as anything negative.
Oh,
but
that is the surprise then.
Well, I am fascinated to know what is going on there.
As you already probably understand, so I will probably be repeating something you already know, it is simply representative of the side effect or physical translation of the different harmonic resonances that represent the different frequency bandwidths that you are going through in order to gain more familiarity with the whole spectrum. Do you understand that?
Yes, what I'm then hearing is literal movements dimensionally?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yes.
And they come at innocuous times when I'm not necessarily
Sometimes the best time is when you are relaxed and out of the way and not expecting it. And then other portions of yourself that is working on it will allow these things to be experienced. That lets you know that you're not really idle even when you seem relaxed. There are other portions of you that are also continuing on with the work even though your physical personality may be otherwise occupied or not occupied. Remember, this is a multidimensional, multitasking, multi-leveled idea. And sometimes your personality doesn't always have to be engaged in order for you to know that other portions of yourself are doing work. Because once you have given validity to the autonomy of all the different fragments within your consciousness, they are now free to go about doing some of the work that they have heretofore not been allowed to do. Do you follow?
Yes.
Does that help you?
Yes, sure does. How does the pineal gland play into this, if at all?
The pineal and the pituitary and the corpus callosum in your brain act in triangulation to augment and balance each other for the purpose of bringing through all sorts of different kinds of energies and the manifestation or realization or crystallization of those energies into a physical reality, existence, or perspective. So they are like regulating nodal points, each that has its own idea and understanding of handling either the physical, emotional, or mental idea of balance and regularity in how you perceive your physical reality. In other words, they keep you balanced as a three-sided prism that allows you to take the unbroken white light of your pure consciousness and break it down through your personality into the balanced spectrum of physical reality experience. Do you understand?
Uh-huh. There are meditations being delivered now that focus on those parts of the brain.
Yes.
Would those be recommended to enhance our capacities to do what we're doing?
Yes, according to what you believe in those meditations works best for you. Yes. They are, however, very profound and can help align the idea of the prism and the regulation of body, mind, and spirit and emotionality within you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I had an experience last week when I was sleeping. I woke up and I was in a paralyzed state, which has happened before, but this was a little different. I was on my side and had the sensation of somebody having like a hold onto me from behind and would not let go, and the sensation of male energy but long, thin fingers. And I wasn't sure whether that was some kind of contact or an entity clinging to me, or if it was just...
it was the aftermath of what you would call an abduction experience, yes.
Because it was a little different. It was a little frightening.
I understand. Nevertheless, this is quite common to the idea of contact with certain species.
Okay, because it's like I was trying to get, I don't know, in my head I was trying to get the hands off of me,
and thinking that what I would do to do that, but yet I couldn't do anything to do that.
The paralysis that many of you feel in these experiences is the side effect of having your vibration, shall we say, synchronized or locked to one dimension of reality. The idea, however, is that if you can allow yourself to learn, and here's the key and here's the secret, if you can allow yourself to learn to relax in the paralysis, not get rid of the paralysis, not try to break free from the paralysis, but if you can allow yourself to learn to relax in the paralysis, you will actually find that what you are experiencing is an energy gate or an energy field that once you relax in it, you can allow yourself to unlock from the dimensional frequency that may have been imposed upon you and incorporate whatever dimensional parallel reality frequency you want to incorporate within yourself and actually experience multidimensional reality very literally. So my suggestion would be, don't try to break free from it, but try to relax in it. And of course, yes, we understand euphemistically, don't try, just do it. Does this help you?
It helps. It was just kind of strange because it was as if somebody was directly behind me, laying on the bed with me.
Yes, well, many times this actually does occur. Now, in that particular instance, what you were having was an actual body memory of a time in which that did happen. It wasn't actually physically happening at that particular moment, although etherically and astrally, to some degree it was, which brought up the physical memory in your body that allowed you to feel it so tangibly. But yes, sometimes this actually does happen. Sometimes they do enter your dimension, you know, and do take on a physicality, and do have the capability of touching you and being touched physically.
Was that connected to the week before where I saw the bright lights in my room?
It was connected, yes, and we will not go into that now since that is really outside the purview of this class.
Okay, thanks.
Bashar?
Yes.
Why is the channeling, why does the energy come through the back of the neck, that area?
It actually enters, in a sense, all around. But the idea of the back of the neck represents the focal point in the junction of the spinal cord with the brain stem, and thus acts as the gateway for the regulation between brain activity and bodily function, so that there is an orchestration between what is above the head and what is below the body. You understand?
Yes, thank you. I recently merged with quite a strong energy last week.
Yes!
And,
congratulations.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome very much.
And I can apply these principles to...
You are going to make this a statement and not a question, I believe.
Yes.
Thank you.
I can apply these principles to...
Your experience, yes.
To my experience, but also to bring it forth in a smoother way.
Yes. Again, like anything, the more you practice, the smoother it will get. And again, you will find that you will create shortcuts. You understand?
Yes.
So yes, by all means, these are not only designed to help you invoke and connect to the vibration, but also as you learn to really master these energies and these techniques, to, of course, by matching the frequency that you are attempting to connect to, automatically, by definition, allowing the experience of the connection to be felt in a smoother way. The only reason that any of you will experience that kind of differentiation is because there is a difference in your frequency from that you are attempting to connect to. This was the crux of the tutoring that the channel himself had, in that what he does is now has learned to allow his vibration to accelerate up to a level that represents to him something halfway between his normal level and my level of reality, whereas I allow my vibration to diminish to a point that is about halfway in between my reality and yours. And thus we co-create a third vibration, a third chord harmonic reality that is representative of the concept or the event you call a channeling, which is actually taking place in another reality altogether from what the channel typically considers his to be, or I typically consider mine to be. This class, therefore, is actually taking place in another reality from what you typically consider your Earth to be, or what I can typically consider my world to be. We are literally creating another space in which this event is taking place, or this event is creating another space. You follow?
Yes.
And that is another analogy to the idea of the connection to the spinal cord and the brain stem. That is another analogy to the idea of the connection to the spinal cord and the brain stem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bashar, a few weeks ago, when I made my commitment to be here, during some repetitive exercise, I started to channel. And in the channel, I started to basically do the XYZ exercise using a violet light.
Yes, that is fine. Again, your imagination should give you the proper procedure and vibration that will work best for you.
My question is, how did I know?
What do you mean, how did you know? You were channeling.
Well, I didn't know that what it was coming through.
So, you still knew what you needed to do.
Was it the intention of showing up here today that started me on the path?
You are attempting to say which came first. There is no such thing. It is all one event. That's what you need to understand synchronicity is. It's all one event. What you experienced, quote-unquote, then, and what you're experiencing, quote-unquote, now, is all one experience, expressing itself as best as it can in the timeline that you are used to experiencing in your physical reality, and so appears to be different events, and so you ask, well, which triggered which? It's all one event.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Thank you.
10 years ago,
yes,
there were 3 grays at the bottom of my bed.
Oh, all right.
I threw something at them.
Such as?
Such as a pillow.
Yes.
And told them to get the hell out of here.
Oh, all right, and?
Since then, they have not returned.
As far as you know.
As far as I know. Do you know otherwise?
Yes.
Have they?
They simply made sure that you were farther out. You understand?
I understand.
Now, you can invite them back if you want. That's up to you. And as you gain more insight into balancing these energies within yourself, you can create a more equal vibration that will also allow you to invite them to participate on equal terms, if that's something that you want and something that they prefer, which they may or may not.
Okay.
But you can at least make the attempt if that's something that excites you, but it's up to you.
Okay, one last question, if I may. Last night, during my dream process, which up until recently I do not remember most of my dreams consciously.
Yes. This is what we talked about a little bit, about them making sure that you're farther out.
Right.
It's
but
a side effect from that idea.
Correct. I left my physical body.
Yes.
And went basically into a volcano.
All right.
Where a silver head of a horse, an ornament type, came flying out, and I came flying out with it.
Yes.
Was there a meaning to this?
There is meaning to everything. Otherwise, you do not create symbology to begin with. You have meaning within yourself. You give certain ideas, certain concepts of your consciousness, certain vibrational meanings, and you invent symbology to reflect and represent the meanings you have already created. You follow?
I follow.
So, the idea here, to some degree, has to do with buried freedoms and the desire to burst forth and, in a sense, run free again, in the sense of a wild horse. The silver has to do with the concept of certain electrical conductivity issues with regard also perhaps to certain mineralogical utilizations or electromagnetic utilizations within your body. But the overall symbol in general is a sign that it is time to allow certain things that have been held in, that are volatile and ready to burst forth so that freedom, in that sense, can be allowed on a new level. And that which heretofore was thought to be too wild, in that sense, and untamed, can actually find its place in the world.
Thank you.
All right? One moment. We will find that this is the appropriate timing to reassure and remind each and every one of you that you now have a set of powerful tools, but none more powerful than you. Yourself were already designed to be. Discover yourself. Use these tools to discover more of yourself and to decide more clearly, more definitively, with more conviction, who it is you know you are, to allow yourself really the opportunity for the ultimate channeling, the channeling of your full self. whatever that may be, because that's the only point, really, to any channeling, is to be yourself. We will extend to each and every one of you, once again, our deep appreciation and unconditional love in allowing for the co-creation of this space and this transmission. Creative, exciting, good day to you all, and sweet dreams. And remember, you're not alone. Good day. How'd it go? Oh, thank you all again. Did you have a good time? Yeah?
If I may, just say something publicly now. I'd like to personally acknowledge Sandy for
Yes.
all the effort.